Hey, Christmas people. It is now 9:01 p.m. at night. Do you know where your weed is? Well, if you don't, you better look under your couch because it's probably there. Shifty Sunday starts now. Hey everybody, welcome to Shifty Sunday. I'm your host, Hebro77. I am your host with the most fairmost, along with Sagittarically speaking. And let me tell you guys something. Armor Up's not here tonight. No, he is not. Do you know why? I'll tell you why. Because he is preparing for a very special broadcast on Monday. He will be on the Fat Tony Baloney Show. Actually, it's not called the Fat Tony Baloney Show, but I don't care enough about this guy to know what the name of his channel is to even look it up. So just know that you got to give Armor Up your support. That's all I'm saying, because he is fighting a demon. Yes, that's right. He's fighting a great big fat hairy retarded demon. Oh, I shouldn't have said retarded, but he is fighting a great big fat demon though.
Oh, it's okay to call someone fat, but not demon.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, okay.
Wait, no, I said the R word.
Oh, retarded.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but if the demon, so it would be more accurate to call it a big fat, like learning impaired demon.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, that would make sense. And a learning impaired demon would probably do a lot of good from having some type of interaction with armor. So it sounds like an award-winning combination.
Well, I got to tell you, in all seriousness, though, he is fighting an actual spiritual warfare. So please keep him in your prayers. I mean it.
All right.
He really is.
Tongue in cheek. We're just goofing around here. But I don't think you got the other guy's name right. You called him Fat Tony Baloney. I think it's.
Yeah, I don't know what his name is.
I'm pretty sure that's not the name of his YouTube channel.
It isn't?
It's phony Tony Baloney.
Oh, okay, that's it.
No, I'm just kidding. I don't even know. I think it's actually going to be on Armor's channel, if I'm not mistaken. So.
Oh, is it going to be on Armor's channel?
Yes, I think so. Don't hold me to this, but anyway, he doesn't do live streams that often, guys. So kind of, I mean, it's not a big deal, but it is a big deal.
It is.
Yeah.
If you knew,
but we don't want to make it too big. We don't want to be like it's Friday Night Fights. We don't want to hype it up too much.
No.
But you definitely don't want to miss this bout. I'm telling you, if there was such a thing as pay-per-view, this is what you would pay per view. I'm telling you, this is a don't miss episode. Right? Am I right?
Well, no. Just 1 second.
All right.
I don't want to get a spanking. So I'm gonna say the truth.
All right.
The truth of the matter is, it is serious.
I think we've already said too much.
Well, no. Wait a minute. Let me finish.
Right.
Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Here we go. Okay. No, but come on, man! Don't make me laugh. I'm being serious right now.
Me too. Listening to you, I'm waiting to hear what you got to say. No. I think you're using stall tactics.
No stall tactics here. This isn't CNN.
Oh, okay. This is a no spin zone, man.
That's right. Yeah,
we're on Shifty Sunday. Don't get it twisted.
That's right. It ain't Twisted Tuesday.
No.
But no, seriously though, guys, prayers for Armor. He is undergoing spiritual battle. He really is. And I know that the Father's got his back, and that's exactly what he would say if he were here. He would say, "You don't need to pray for me, guys. I got this. Father's got this. I got plenty of backup, but I do appreciate you guys having some support for me." He would say that. He would totally say that. So, yeah, but seriously, though, I don't have to mention what it's all about. You guys will find out. He's going live tomorrow night. Check it out. That's all I got to say. All right.
All right, let's move on to other topics. So, how was your day today there, Mr. Hebrew 77, sir?
My day? What? I
Yes.
got to tell you, man. I got up. Okay, that was the first thing I did.
Uh-huh.
I drank my coffee.
Okay.
I checked out the news.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not the actual, not the fake news. I checked out the actual news. I turned on my Newsmax and I watched it for a little bit.
Okay.
And then
so you went straight to the max, like right straight to news max, like as much news as you could possibly get. You went maximum with it.
well, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, okay, well that's impressive.
Well,
First
then,
thing off in the morning, cup of
that's right.
coffee, check. News to the max, check. And then, well, how else did the rest of your day go, man?
Well, like I said, I got up.
Oh yeah, you got up, check. All right, yeah.
Okay. So pretty much, I played some Madden football.
All right.
I made myself some eggs and hamburgers.
Huh.
What?
That's an interesting combination.
Is that unusual?
Well, no, it's not unusual. I mean, I've done it before. If that's what I got, that's what I make. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and
It
they
ain't
actually. But I mean, there's just so many different ways. You're just so general about it. Eggs and hamburger. You didn't make it sound enticing at all.
No.
Like, did you make a egg and cheese slider with like a hamburger egg and cheese slider? I mean, did you
No.
make it into a casserole, or how you would say casserole?
No, I'd literally just cracked 4 eggs into a pan and made 2 hamburger patties and put a bunch of spices on both.
All right, and by a bunch of spices, you mean salt and pepper, or like more than that?
No, like salt and pepper, garlic, that one spice that everyone likes.
Oh yeah, you can't go wrong with the one spice that everyone likes. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
what spice? What spice is that, by the way? I didn't know there was one spice that everyone likes, or I would already be purchasing said spice.
The no, Phil Fogarty, it wasn't beer and cereal. Come on, dude.
Beer. Have you ever done that?
I've seen it done once.
Uh-huh.
Like a friend of mine came over to spend the night, and then he woke up the next day and he realized that I never have milk in my fridge. So he poured himself a bowl of Lucky Charms and then put beer right in that shit.
Oh man, that just sounds rough. Now that's getting up rough and rugged right there, man. That would make my stomach hurt just thinking about it.
Oh, well, this guy's a beer fanatic. He puts beer in everything.
All right. But what's the one spice that everyone likes? That's you've intrigued me, my friend. I want to know this.
Let's see. I gotta backtrack a little bit. I put salt, pepper, garlic salt, and you know what? I forgot what it was.
Oh man. So you're gonna keep it a mystery. I understand.
Sure.
You don't want to.
It's like Colonel Sanders. Yeah. That's my original beer and egg recipe, man.
All right.
I mean,
you're going to take it to the grave with you, huh?
That's right. Beer and egg. I said though. I meant egg and beef, like
beef and egg.
Yeah, beef and egg, man. Well, here's the thing.
You could just call it cow chicken if you wanted to. I mean, or cow baby chickens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what would be cool to do though? I thought about this earlier, and I'm pretty sure I told you on the phone.
As
like if you took a burger, like you took a cheeseburger, and then you put an egg on top, a fried egg, and then you put a piece of cheese on top of that. And
I'm with you so far.
you put Texas toast, you put it in between two slices of Texas toast. Now, I'm not talking about fancy Texas toast, mind you.
Not the kind from the frozen aisle where it says Texas toast on it and has garlic and you put it in the oven and garlic butter and that Texas toast.
No. I'm talking about just a bag of bread, like a bag of Texas toast bread, and then
so it's cut thicker. It's like thick slices of bread. That's what makes it.
Oh yeah,
Texas, right? Because
that's right.
Everything goes big in Texas, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Exactly.
Speaking of Texas, you might have to go to a whole nother country to get Texas toast in the near future.
What do you mean we're going to have to go to a whole nother country to get Texas toast in the near future?
Either that or we'll have to pay an import-export because Texas is thinking about separating itself, annexing itself from the United States, becoming its own country, kind of like that Chaz thing, but like for real, like literally the whole state.
Well, and
it's not the first time I've heard rumblings of such thing. Texas is often threatened to do this. It's not like it's brand new concept that they just came up with. This is a real threat.
So it was like the final straw that broke the camel's back was like, for those of you that don't know, and I kind of know what SAGI's getting at here, is like Texas took every single swing state that who was got what stolen, what, blah blah blah.
Our audience is informed, man. They know what we're talking about.
Yeah. Well, anyway, they took that shit straight to the Supreme Court, and I think we're allowed to mention that. They took the shit straight to the Supreme Court. And
I think you're the first person I've ever heard say shit and Supreme Court in the same sentence.
Well, I don't know.
It sounds like you're getting ready to order something from Taco Bell, then you say the word court.
Yeah.
Yeah, I digress. Go ahead.
Give me a Supreme shit basket. Throw some shit on that and
I want the Supreme shit taco style, please. I don't like your regular shit. I want your best shit.
Yeah.
And when you realize that it's all shit, it makes total sense. But I digress. Go ahead.
But no, man, it's like they took that shit to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court just wadded it up like it was a parking ticket, threw it right out the window. They
sure did. They were having no part of that.
That's right.
They told Texas to take their ball and go home. And Texas responded with, you know what? We will take our ball and we're going to go make our own country.
That's right.
Well, anyway, they're threatening to as of right now. Whether it actually comes into fruition, because they've threatened to so many times, it's almost like the boy who called wolf. Yeah, right. You're going to go make your own country. Go sit down, shut up, and act right.
Yeah, go. That's what they're basically. That's what YouTube's telling all of us. Yeah, right. Voter beep. What do you mean, voter beep? There ain't no voter beep. You guys just be quiet, sit and sit and be in your place. Just get your place.
So yeah, if I'm not mistaken, YouTube laid down the law, so to speak.
Oh yeah.
They made a brand new rule just about what you can and can't say on YouTube about the election. Am I correct? Is this am I actual? Okay. Do you have the actual? Did you get an email from them? Do you have the actual verbiage? Can you read it to me?
I wish I did, but other people do. And what it basically boils down to is you can't mention election. You know what? You can't mention anything.
Basically, our last Taco Tuesday, we everything we were saying then,
everything we said. Okay. They will take down any videos that mention this going forward. Now, any videos that were up before they threw this rule in there, they're going to leave up. And I think it includes all channels except for news channels, like official news channels, which what official news channels are actually admitting to it. They're just like, what evidence? Where? I know. What are you talking about? They're just like us, SAGI. They're just like, what do you mean? You know, what do you mean?
Yeah, I totally understand. I couldn't agree with you more.
But that's what they're doing. They're taking away our right to free speech. I made a video about it, by the way.
Yes, you did.
Mm-hmm.
So anybody who isn't, I mean, and like I said earlier, our audience is informed. They know what's going on. And we're not going to harp on that subject all night tonight, just so you guys know. We have lots of interesting things to cover. And, but it is interesting that they went ahead and they made a special rule just for that specific thing that you specifically cannot say. And why would you need to make a rule for a specific thing that you specifically cannot say if the specific thing you can't say isn't even true in the first place? You wouldn't need the rule because nobody would be saying it. That's all I'm going to say about that.
But you know, you can say.
What can you say?
You could say Russian collusion.
Well, yeah, I could say that. But I don't. I guess I could say Russian collusion. You're right. I can't say that.
You know what else you could say?
What else?
You could say, no, you can't say that. You can't even say that word. Never mind. Okay, I'm going to shut up right now. But you could say Russian collusion. Those videos are still up. Just saying. Oh God, have we been taken down already? SAGI froze up like a water balloon in the Antarctica.
Oh no, I'm here. I actually got, that person we were waiting all day to hear a response from. I just got a response from them.
Well, I'll be damned.
I know, right? So I'm going to try to send them. I'm trying to answer. I'm trying to multitask, my friend. All right, I think I got it. I got it out there. All right, so we can say, it's funny the things that you can say, and the things that you can say are not factually accurate, but anything that might be, you know what, we really don't even know at this point. What we do know is that they pulled off a really big thing, like. And they're getting away with it, and I don't have to be specific. If you know, then you know, and
right,
it is what it is, my friend. All we could do is recognize, stay true to the things that we do, and put the information out there as best we can, and hope for the best, my friend. That's all we can really do. Try to stay positive as much as we possibly can. Don't let it get us down. Don't let it affect our daily grind. You know what I mean?
Speaking of grind, I hear there's a certain, I don't know if he's a senator or a governor, I think a senator, who did a grind with a certain Chinese spy, is what I hear.
Yeah, do you have the article handy? Because his name is like really hard to pronounce even when you got it in front of you. There's no way I'm going to get it right just off of memory.
Well, yeah, let me go ahead and pop that article up there. And I got to tell you, this is funny. Let me. Okay, I know I sent it in your thing.
Yeah, pretty sure you put it in Hangouts. I think you sent it directly to me, not in Shifty Sunday or anything else.
Okay. Let me go ahead and pull that up.
And you know what's funny, man? If you go back about 6 to 8 months from now, when we were in the heat of talking about the coronavirus and the vaccines and the lockdown and all that stuff, if you would have asked me, I would have told you over and over and over again. I know I've had to say it once. I said it 100 times. I don't really like talking about politics. It's not my thing. I just don't really get into it. I'm not well versed on it. I think it's a big waste of time because it's a never ending drama. Like once you get caught up in talking about politics, you're you're kind of stuck on that level. But the way that the things with this whole election coming and going and everything that's happening in the world today, you just can't ignore these subject matters. You got to pay attention. You got to stay aware of this stuff, and you got to be knowledgeable on it. So, as much as I didn't want to become our show to become something that regularly talked about things of a political nature, I don't think it's possible to completely 100% ignore it either. So, with all that being said, let's find out about this guy. You want me to read it?
No. Here's the thing.
Okay.
Okay, so you got GOP Representative Sensenbrenner seeks.
Sensenbrenner. He looks like a heck of a nice guy, don't he? I mean,
Yeah.
he looks like all American poster child of a great school near you, right?
That's not this guy's name, though.
Oh, okay.
But
he seeks ethics investigation of this guy,
Swalwell.
Oh, well, isn't that swell?
Yeah, Swalwell, yeah.
And he's got a relationship with a China spy. Huh. Do they have a picture of the China spy? I'd like to see what she looks like.
No, but I'll tell you what's funny is her name is Fang Fang.
Fang
I don't
Fang.
know if that's her real name or if that's her cover name or what, but that's so what you could basically
scroll back up again. I want to see this guy's picture, right? Okay.
All right, but
so
whoa, real quick.
You got this guy, right? All American poster child boy. Some Asian girl named Fang Fang wants to get with him, and he doesn't think, and she happens to be from China, and she's totally digging dude, and he's totally clueless as to the fact that she might be a spy.
Yeah, it's the oldest honeypot trick in the book.
Okay.
For those of you that don't know what a honeypot is, it's basically when a gorgeous female spy sleeps with a dude to try to get information from him.
I've seen James Bond. I know how the game works, man.
Oh yeah. Her name's Fang Fang. So this guy did the bang bang with Fang Fang. And go ahead, man. I guess that wasn't very funny.
No, Fang Fang. I'm sorry, I got it. I got distracted, man. You set up a great joke. I know you did, and I dropped the ball. Now, what happened with Fang Fang again?
No, all I was saying was he had a good bang bang with Fang Fang.
Oh yeah, but now she's going to sang and tell everybody about his wang wang.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah, his wang wang, exactly. His wang wang.
And by wang wang, I mean government information.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's what that is.
Okay. Let's see here. Retiring Republican Rep Jen Sensenbrenner is asking the House Ethics Committee to investigate Rep Eric Swalwell's relationship with suspected Chinese spy Fang Fang. Yeah, that's her name. It sounds so nice. You got to say it twice. Swalwell has refused to confirm or deny whether he had a romantic relationship with the woman, also known as Christine Fang. She put her fangs in him, huh?
So her real name is Christine Fang.
Well, apparently that's what her AKA is, yes.
Oh, okay.
Who is suspected of sleeping with at least 2 Midwest mayors as part of her espionage work. Huh. So she sleeps with the mayor, and it's a day at the office for her. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
In a letter first reported by Fox News, Sensenbrenner, I mean, come on, dude. I mean, if you're getting charges pressed against you by a guy named Sensenbrenner, how can it just sounds so logical, so it makes so much sense. I mean, it's Sensenbrenner. Well, if Sensenbrenner's coming after you, you must be doing something wrong, right?
You're right. Yeah, it's Sensenbrenner.
Swalwell repeatedly refused to answer any questions about these allegations, including whether he alerted then Minority Leader Nancy Pelosi to the potential compromise.
Yeah, yeah. Oh boy.
Can you see him run into Nancy? Hey Nancy, you see this hot Chinese chick that's been hanging out with me? I think she might be a spy. Uh, I think she might be a spy, Nancy. What should I do?
Yeah.
What do
Yeah.
you think Nancy's going to say?
I I don't know.
Yeah, she's going to take him out, get him some ice cream.
Yeah.
Uh, she hangs out down there in Little China. She probably knows her. Let's see.
Is that where she was getting her nails done at, or was that her hair? Wait, I don't
Oh
know.
no! This was during when everybody first locked down. Remember, she was
I
hanging
know.
out
I
down on
know.
the streets. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so I think I might have skipped something here.
See, they call it honey trap, but I always heard it was called honey pot.
Well, see, I think a honey pot is something slightly different. A honey pot is close to a honey trap. They both have honey in them, but
Mm-hmm.
one's a pot and the other's a trap.
Okay.
So when you got the honey pot, it's like an informant already in like there. Uh, they're like they're embedded in there and they're getting information for you on a regular basis. She's kind of like in China they call her a honeypot because she's constantly can give them information. See,
Well, here's
but
the thing: when you
but
think of
on
honey
our
pot,
side she's a trap because
mhm.
she's the bad guy. The pot is when it's on your side. The trap is when it's on their side.
But here's the thing: when you think
Uh,
of honey pots, there's all kinds of bad things that happens with honey pots. I mean, think about when Pooh Bear's hand, it always gets caught in the honey pot, right? So essentially, this dude's this dude got caught inside of a honey pot, right? So that's a bad thing.
yes. Yes, I agree with you more than I disagree with you. Let's keep reading.
But I think
Um,
that if Mystique was here, she would 100% agree with me.
well, I know that even though she's not here, she would 100% agree with you as well. So
Yes, she's very agreeable.
yes. Um,
Go ahead, man.
all right, let's see here. So to the potential compromise when she appointed him to the House Intelligence Committee. Okay, so if you're so intelligent that you can be on a House Intelligence Committee, you should be smart enough to figure out that Fang Fang isn't what she claims. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Um, Sensenbrenner is a former longtime chairman of the House Judiciary Committee. The Democratic chairman to the Ethics Committee, Rep. Ted Deutsch of Florida, would have
Right,
to
right.
consent to a Swalwell probe. This is getting
Hmm.
really dicey, my friend.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
got you got
Douches.
douches and probes happening.
Yeah.
I mean,
And Fang Fangs and Fing.
yeah. I don't
Yeah,
know if we can read any more of this article. It might not be appropriate for our audience,
yeah. I'm just saying. Well,
but
you're
I,
just
I
saying.
I'll,
Yeah,
I'll go forward. I'll brave the cause.
yeah.
It's unknown how much private or classified information.
Come on, come on. No, that's just blatant, man. Come on. Who
They
wrote
like
this
to do
article?
wordplay, subtle wordplay on these articles. They
Yeah.
do it on purpose. I really do think it's the way like the super elite like communicate with each other on these key words. They just read
Mhm.
the certain like every 17th word is in their like cipher of code, and it's a long article for us to read a bunch of bull crap about a bunch of bull crap made up story. But if you read every 17th letter and circle it and add a vowel from the word before it, it's you uncipher the real message. It works somehow in a weird way like that. I don't know, but anyway, it's unknown how much private and or classified information Fang had access to as a result of her relationship with Rep Sawwell and whether Rep Sawwell was compromised, Sensenbrenner wrote. All right, so basically they ain't got shit. They say, see, she's Chinese, she must be a spy. I don't know, man. It's hard to say. It sounds like they don't have a really strong case, but it's just like one of those things where it's common knowledge. Everybody knows that when you're in that kind of a position and a young Chinese girl is acting overly interested in you, there's a good chance that she doesn't just like your tie. Am I right?
No, I don't know about that, but what is Nancy Pelosi doing back here? She's got her hands like
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like an adult movie. I'm not really sure what's going on
yeah,
there.
I don't know. She got both hands like almost like she's about to choke those two guys.
Yeah,
So like,
I'm not.
or she's pointing to each guy. Yeah, this guy here. Pointing at this guy here.
These are the two buffoons.
Yeah. Yeah.
These two buffoons.
But,
I heard this is gonna be her last hurrah, her last. She's not going to run again after this year. This will be it for her.
I
She's
don't
due
know.
up for election, I guess, in 2021, and she has no intentions of trying to do it anymore. She's ready to retire. She said.
Well, I'll tell you what. While you're off making your coffee or whatever it is you're doing back there.
Oh, I'm back. I had to go adjust the air. I was getting, believe it or not, I was getting hot. Yeah.
Oh my God, you have air?
I'm running the AC, my friend. I'm halfway down the state of Florida.
You realize where I'm at? It's like 34 degrees.
Yeah, and I haven't turned on my furnace yet.
Oh my gosh. Well, here, I'm going to give this room a proper shout out while we're doing that.
All right, go on right ahead, sir.
All right, we have Michael Fontaine who came in at first.
Michael Fontaine.
Michael Fontaine.
Michael Fontaine.
Affected by Grace, also known as Mark. He says, hello, Brother Hebrew. Well, hello to you too, Brother Mark.
Yes, glad to have you here as well.
We have Eddie Sleestack McKean. Phil Fogarty and Fogarty Philip in orange, and also Philip Fogarty in green. So we have two Philip. We have Philip Fogarty and Fogarty Philip.
What do you mean we got Phil Fogarty and Are you saying they're both here at the same time?
Yeah, isn't it a weird anomaly?
Oh, maybe we're in some type of like paradox or something where the one reality is conversing or converging with the other reality.
Well, I know, because also we have Lotar 900 who says, hello, my crazy American friends. Ha ha.
Ha ha. Well, it's glad to see you, Lotar 900. Glad you're here, man.
And then we've got John from America.
All right, John from America. I like when John from America is here. We always have a good show when John from America is here. Have you noticed that?
The thing is, I know he's going to be disappointed because I know he was looking forward to. We told him to come back Sunday when Armor was here, but guess what?
Oh,
Armor,
that was it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then Armor's not here tonight. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
The one time, because Armor hardly ever misses at Shifty Sunday. Very rarely. I think I've missed more Shifty Sundays than he's missed.
Yeah, I can confirm that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, oh man. Well, I am sorry that you it's an off week. He said he might pop in later though, this evening. So we'll see. Maybe he'll pop in here in a little bit. I have a feeling he'll be checking in on us at some point.
But I still do have a little bit more shout out to give out here.
Oh yeah. My bad. Go ahead.
Grumpy Tro is here.
All right, good old Grumpster, the Grumps troll.
Yeah, and our famous singer and friend to the end, Chucky with a knife. No, I'm just kidding. CJ Wood is here.
All right, CJ Wood.
And Tobin Schwing is here as well.
That's what's up.
System Failure popping in.
Okay. What's up, System Failure? You know I call him Mr. Successful He's anything but a failure.
Well, I know you call him that. And one guy, there's got to be a few lurkers because we have 11 watching right now.
Okay, cool. That's what's up. We're off to a good running start.
A good running start. Let's hope we don't trip over any wires or a banana peel or anything like that.
Yeah, for sure. I would hate for something like that to happen, especially when we're off to such a great running start.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind.
Yeah.
All right. So, yeah, that Swalwell thing. I think that article was going to get boring. If you want me to read the rest of it, I will. But I think we got the long and the short.
We get the what you just
Get
said.
it? The long and the short. No,
The long and okay, because she's short and he's okay. I got you.
Yeah.
No, but man, I got to tell you, there's some pretty amazing things going on. There's something else I was going to mention. Bob Square.
There was one more thing I wanted to say about that.
Oh, go ahead.
I actually saw like video coverage of him in an elevator with Miss Fang Fang.
You did?
Yeah, like it was like on Twitter or something like that, and in the background, like on the elevator, you know how they have elevator music?
Sure.
Yeah, I could hear it like on the elevator. It said, "Chinese spies are watching you, watching your every move." I thought that would give it away, but somehow he didn't even notice that song was playing in the background. But what were you going to say? I digress.
That's a pretty ominous song.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's pretty well on the nose. Too on the nose, I would have to say.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but I was going to say, Go Kart Bob made a strange comment in one of my videos the other day that I don't quite get. But
well, what did Go Kart Bob say? Well, what did he have to say?
He thought I didn't know the definition of narcissist.
Well, you know what? Just in case I'm misinformed and I have it wrong, what is the definition of narcissist?
I don't know, but I see it every time I look in the mirror every day.
Well, okay. You can point one out in a minute. You just can't give the actual definition. But when you see one, you know exactly. Okay, I gotcha.
You see,
that's a very that's a very honest answer, my friend.
Yeah.
So, Go Kart Bob, you stand corrected. So let's look up the actual definition for narcissist.
No, I got it.
No,
I got it. I got it right here. I got it right here.
Okay. All right.
It's when a guy he looks in the mirror every day at himself, and then
why is it got to be a guy? So females can't be narcissists?
Females are vain. They're not narcissists.
Oh, okay. All right. Keep going. I'm sorry.
No, they crave attention. They have to be recognized. It's like, hey, well, how come? Did you see that video I put out the other day? Was it good? Huh? Was it any good? That kind of guy. And then he's like,
well, that doesn't describe you at all.
No, I'm so humble.
You just put it out there. You don't bother asking anybody if they watch it. You just assume that nobody watches it. You're quite the opposite of a narcissist.
I do. I'm like, did anybody see my video? I need attention, damn it.
I know. You wait, like you sit there and hit refresh for an hour to get it for one view, and then that one view gives it a thumbs down, and you go to bed and cry for a half an hour. I mean,
yeah.
Not realizing it was just me messing with you.
Yeah, that's not narcissistic at all.
No, not at all. Not even a little bit.
No. No, but seriously, if you want to, go ahead and give the definition, please. The real definition. Right. And he was saying it just because he said he was watching like psychologist. Like the psychologists were sitting there saying what narcissism is, blah blah blah.
All right, so you pretty much nailed it. It's a noun. It's a
Uh-huh.
person who has an excessive interest in or admiration of themselves. So, all right, it's such an ugly word for such not really as bad of a thing as it sounds. You say the word narcissist and you think, oh my God, what kind of crimes did he commit?
Well,
But
but I mean, there's other definitions of it too, though.
well, yeah. But that's your basic run of the mill Oxford language definition right there. It does go on to call it a disorder in which a person has an inflated self of self importance. A
Yeah,
narcissist personality disorder is found more commonly in men. The cause is unknown, but likely involves a combination of genetic and environmental factors.
yeah.
Huh.
You find narcissity in a bunch of like if you look at like Ted Bundy and what's the other guy's name? All your
Oh, and like
psych
the serial killers, your
no,
psychopath serial killer guys?
yeah, a lot of serial killers have narcissity.
Narcissity. So you're
Yeah,
throwing on like variations of the word. Oh man, you're getting complicated.
I don't know. I may be just making up a word. It's a Hebrewism, you know.
All right.
Uh,
All right.
wait, hold on,
All
wait.
right.
I'll
All
be
right.
right back. I gotta go look at my muscles in the mirror.
Okay. Well, you go do that, and I'll just contend here and I'll try to downplay the word narcissist some more because
Oh,
Well, hold on. I wanna go look at my muscles in the mirror.
yeah. Okay.
Uh, well, how do they look, man? Do they look good? Are your muscles looking in tip-top form? Dang, he must have really had to go far to find a mirror.
Ah!
Did you see yourself in the mirror and freak out?
Hold on 1 minute. Give me
All right, I'll give you 1 minute.
this, this 1 minute, please. 1 minute. I need one more minute.
Okay, we're going to give you 1 more minute, and that's all we're giving you, though. If you're not back in 1 minute, we're all leaving.
Okay. I knew there was a cockroach next to my marshmallows.
Well, if I was a cockroach and living in your house, that's where I would be.
Yeah. Okay, I'm back. Wait, I gotta go look at him again. Oh wait, no, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh, good. Shoo.
Did you
Because
look
I was going to say, I was going to give you a pass the first time, but if you went back the second time, I was going to say you're definitely a narcissist.
Well, don't you remember that wrestler, the narcissist Lex Luger? You don't remember him?
Lex Luger? Like he spits loogies on people? That's his trademark move?
No, that was his name. I swear to God. Look, check it out. Look,
Uh-huh.
let me show you a good picture of the narcissist Lex Luger if you don't believe me.
I've heard of Lex Luthor.
Well, yeah, Lex Luthor.
So what? I mean, why did he use Luger? Did he actually spit loogies on people? Was that what he did?
No, I think that's his actual name. I'm not sure.
He would be like, and then, oh man, that would be mad. Like he's got you down on the mat, and you're losing. You're a disgrace to your family and your wife and your kids, and then he spits a big old loogie on you in front of everybody. That would be terrible, man.
I can't believe you don't remember the WCW wrestler Lex Luger.
I'm just messing with you. I've heard of him. I know who he is.
Oh,
He's not a very attractive man.
Well, I got to tell you, when he was in WWF, I didn't like him too much.
Yeah, he was one of those characters that everybody loved to hate, right? Like he was a bad guy.
Well, no, he wasn't a bad. Well, yeah, he was at first. I guess you're right. Never mind.
Yeah. Oh, but he ended up becoming a good guy, huh?
Yeah. Well, no. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
get that a lot in the WD in the wrestling federation. Like sometimes they ride that line where you 1 week they're not necessarily in the favor of the crowd, but somehow they win the crowd favor, and then now they become somebody everybody rallies around. So
Well, why is System Failure saying that we'll see y'all soon? He better get back here.
yeah, system failure. Are you going to join the show or not? I mean, I sent you an invite.
I know, right? What does he thinks this is? His show where he has his guests waiting for 30 minutes? We don't do that here.
Well, actually, sometimes we do.
Oh, we do.
But if he would just click on the invite, that would be much better. Let me see if he sent me like another message and I missed it.
Oh, yeah. He probably said, I can't be on. Wait, can I do his voice? I can't be on, guys. Oh, no. Never mind.
No, he sent me an email
Okay.
and let's see here. It's got one of these things that says, "Be careful with this message. Mark Viewing has never sent you messages using this email address.
Oh.
Should I report phishing or hit look safe?" I'm going to hit look safe.
Yeah.
All right, because I know this guy. He's a nice guy. I'm going to hit reply.
Well, what if it's not the real Mark?
Well, then, you know what? He duped me.
You
All
never
right,
know,
so
man.
I sent him the email. All right. So I tweeted him the email. I emailed him. I tweeted him the link. I emailed him the link. I did everything I could to make sure that he had the link.
Well, I'm not going to get rid of Taco Guy. I get rid of Taco Guy, and then I have to. Well, okay, I'll get rid
There
of
we
Taco
go.
Guy. Well,
All right. So did he pop in? Is he here?
No, he didn't pop in. But I want to talk about the vaccine real quick.
The vaccine. Okay. Yeah.
I
Now
know.
that's another hot topic right now. Everybody's waiting on the vaccine. What do you got to say about it? What's T-Bros?
Well, actually, I kind of wanted to talk about before we talk about the vaccine. I'd like to talk about the COVID-19.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I guess you kind of have. They do kind of go hand in hand, or arm and needle, or whatever. Yeah. Go ahead.
Here's the thing.
All right.
I'm talking about a serious topic, and I got Legs Luger up there. Let me light my cigarette.
Well, tell me in how Lex Luger would tell me.
I don't even have his voice.
All right. Well,
Like he didn't have like a very. He just had a normal voice. Like he didn't talk like the Macho Man or Hogan or Andre the Giant.
Okay.
He was
Go ahead.
He was just very normal like this.
Okay.
He's like, "Hi, how you doing? I'm Legs Luger." But no, about a year ago, like let's talk about last year Christmas time.
All right. Yeah, I remember that. We were having our shows were so much different then back in those days. Yeah.
But I remember last year Christmas time, everyone was complaining about getting sick. There was a certain bug going around, and nobody really thought too much about it. And you know how they do. It's like, well, so and so got sick the other day. They're like, yeah, there's a bug going around. Oh, there's a bug.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I remember that, and it was like right between like Thanksgiving and Christmas. Like my brother, his whole family was out of commission. He had school age children. They were all homesick. He was homesick. His wife was homesick. They all had it, and I wasn't going anywhere near the place. So I remember that.
And here's the thing. And my wife got sick that year too. She had a really bad cold, and it lasted for over a month.
Okay.
And so in February, back in February of this year, yeah, it
Hmm.
would be this year, yeah. Um, a friend of mine died, and there was a lot of no one really knew why he died. Like they couldn't figure it out. Like there was conflicting stories there because he was in really good health, and then I mean he was like 57, 58, somewhere in there, and then he just suddenly just dropped dead out of the blue. He was in good shape and everything. And a lot of people say, well, he had a heart attack, or well, he got food poisoning, or oh, he just was in bad health. And it gets you thinking, well, why was he in bad health? That doesn't make sense. And then like there was a lot of stories that he had the flu about a week and a half before. Well, most people don't drop dead from the flu. If you recall, they just didn't. Not most people, but some people did, right? So it was a very rare thing. So if he had something pre-existing before he got the flu, then yeah, I could see him dropping dead from the flu. But and I didn't really even think about it until we started having shows about the coronavirus.
Right.
Remember?
Yeah, we didn't actually have start. I mean, we didn't actually have our first case here until I think it was February, late January, early February, is
Well,
when
that's
they
what.
fed the.
Mm-hmm.
It was the whatever day that the date that the same day that Trump's impeachment was um like
Oh
thrown out or
yeah,
whatever. It was the
we can
same day.
say the word impeachment too.
Oh yeah, that's another word we can say.
Yeah,
But anyway, and do you remember when we were watching all that footage in
yeah,
Wuhan of
that's
like
where I'm.
people like just
Mhm.
falling face flat in the middle of the street, and they were boarding up, literally nailing boards on their doors,
Yep.
and people were falling over in emergency rooms and having convulsions and all this kind of crazy stuff. You know, you can't find any of that stuff now. I think we might have showed a little bit of it on one of our Shifty Sundays, so if it's still there, that's an archive of it. If
Hmm.
I'm pretty sure we shared a little bit, we didn't share too much, but we played those clips of like the police with the batons in the subway. Remember all that crazy stuff that was happening?
Yeah, we were talking about that.
Yeah.
Yep.
And now all that information has been suppressed. It's like you can't find it now on the interweb.
And,
It's been deleted or censored or hijacked or whatever you want to call it.
but here's where I'm going with all this.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Go right on ahead.
Like my friend died in February,
All
and
right.
supposedly we didn't have coronavirus here in the United States until about March. And
Right. Yeah, it
then
wasn't considered widespread until end of March, mid-April. That's when like we were in heavy lockdown, right?
yes.
Okay.
Okay, now going back to December, the reason why I mentioned December is because they're, in my opinion, now listen to me, YouTube. This is just my opinion.
It's just his opinion, YouTube.
Just my opinion. Back in as far back as December, there could have been some kind of form of the coronavirus. And the reason why I say this is because they're talking about a mutation happening. They talked about a mutation that it mutated back in, let me see if I get my notes correct here. Go over the notes. Back in October, I think it was, they were talking about a mutation of the virus. And if I'm not mistaken, that's not how viruses work. Like it takes a virus a long time to mutate. Some viruses, it takes years. Like it took a long time for chickenpox to mutate. It took a long time for a mutation of the flu. There's been a lot of mutations and a lot of viruses. And if I'm missing, I'm probably missing my mark, and I might be, but if I'm not mistaken, I think it does take them quite a while to mutate. Now, how could this thing mutate in less than a year's time? Would be my question.
Well, yeah, you're right, and you're not right. Um, I'm not really an expert on the subject either, but I do remember at the time I was looking into it rather aggressively because I wanted to be informed. And now we're almost 8 months later, and I'm strictly going from recollection here. Um, Viruses um, can mutate slightly just from host to host to host to host to host
Mhm.
because they slightly alter themselves to combat the immune system that they're working against. Okay, so that's but as far as like a seasonal flu is concerned, it's still, even though it might have a slight modification in each person as it travels through them, overall it's still the basic flu. I mean, whatever flu is coming out that season, the way they tell us is, when you go get that quote unquote flu shot, it's the best prediction they have based on guessing what is going to mutate to based on last year's most predominant flu. They try to have you build antibodies to fight that particular what they think is going to be the new season. So flus mutate seasonally once per year, I guess, is what they try to the way they pitch it to us. Now, whether or not that's true, I have no idea. Whether or not the vaccines are effective, that's up for debate as well. If you're a fan of the flu shot and it works for you, then who am I to tell you, not to get one? I'm not no medical doctor. So, but what information my general rule of thumb is, I like personally like Mother Nature, you know, um, personally, versus whatever some
Well,
scientist comes up in a lab with the way to help me fight the flu. Because I remember catching the flu many years ago. It's been over 20 years ago now, and I had it bad. And I was in the bed, I was dry heaving, I was dehydrated, I had a fever. I honestly, it looked rather bleak for me for about 24 to 48 hours, and it took me all of like 5 to 7 days to bounce back from it. And it was right at Thanksgiving time, one of the first times we were ever hosting Thanksgiving dinner at my house. And you know what, though? I survived it, and I haven't had the flu since. I've had, I've had a cold. I've had a couple minor stomach viruses, nothing major, here and there, once in a while, But the all out knock you down on your ass flu, I got it that one time. So I'm coming around due again, for it again. So I have to admit, I mean, I know that now I'm not the spring chicken I once was. It could take me out this time. But with all that being said, I'd rather take my odds and build up those natural immunities on my own than have some laboratory DNA rat injection, egg protoplasm, formaldehyde, nickel cadmium concoction go inside my veins. How about you, my friend? How do you feel about it? What do you got to
well,
say?
I'm not even there yet with talking about vaccines just yet.
Oh, okay. All right, right, right.
There's a couple more points I want to make that
All right.
when I was talking about back in December,
December.
yeah, December,
All right.
back in December of last year, I think, is when I think that certain bug, what we had was a strain of this coronavirus. And
I know we've had this conversation before, and I think it's
well, I think a
possible.
certain person, well, now wait a minute, hold on. Here's the
Yeah.
thing. Remember when a certain person was trying to tell you, and then I was trying to tell you that the reason why they call it the Corona 19 or the what's it called? Say it again.
COVID-19.
COVID-19 is that it was the 19th strain, but then you said it's because we had it back in 2019 is when
Yeah,
it
that's when
started.
it was discovered. Yeah, but it was
Mhm.
discovered in Wuhan back in December, or maybe late November, early December of 2019, and it's um, a variation of the SARS.
Mhm.
But it's a but it's a but it was at the time it was just called the coronavirus because it was called the novel coronavirus. And novel meant it was new, which is,
Right.
I guess, a fancy word for new. And coronavirus, corona is another word for crown. And then we all know what virus means. And
Sure.
then the CDC got involved and they gave it an official title of COVID-19.
Mm,
And 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 I don't know exactly where the word COVID comes from, but the 19 isn't 19 strain.
right.
Um, we fact checked that. We had to dig pretty hard, but the misinformation stemmed from radio talk show host Rush Limbaugh made the mistake, and he called it that on the air, and
Mm.
I think that's how the misinformation got started with it being the 19th strain. But we just, it's, but
But
that's beside the point. Yeah,
here's the
the 19th, the last December, people were
Mhm.
getting sick and people were flying, and it could have really been happening all the way back then. I totally 100% think that that's a real
Could have
possibility.
been then. And the thing is, they're coming up with these numbers, and I'm not sure. Like we talked about the number inflations, but it seems like every time you turn on the news, like the mainstream news, and I know, not to trust the mainstream news, but
Well,
where are
what do
they
you mean?
getting
Don't trust the mainstream. The
these?
mainstream news has got your back, man.
Right, sure,
Yeah, they're your
sure, yeah,
friends.
yeah.
They, they want what's best for you, man.
But they're coming up with these like every day. Oh, like 1,000 more cases. Next day, 1,000 more cases. 1,000 more cases. It seemed like we were getting over it, like we were bending the so-called curve, and it was everything was getting better. Now, here's my point.
All right, all right. Hold on a second.
Okay,
All right, I'm ready. Your point. Let's hear it.
I heard from some other platform a long time ago, not some other platform, some dude. Okay,
Well, some guy at the bar sitting there next to your grandpa having a beer said something. What'd he say?
no, he wouldn't be next to my grandpa. My grandpa hasn't left the house in over two
Well,
years.
I meant it metaphorically, but
Uh,
go ahead.
but no, this guy on the channel, and I forgot what channel it is, but
It
basically,
sounded so much cooler when he was a guy at the bar having a beer with your grandpa. Just saying. But go ahead.
the guy was basically saying that
Uh,
at the beginning of this thing, when it first began, like
uh,
it's going to bounce from person to person to person to person to person
uh,
until eventually it will run out of people to bounce to, and then it'll go in a continuous loop until all of us have already had it and our immune systems have adjusted to it, and therefore the virus will eventually move away on its own and we will
yep.
not need a vaccine. That's the point I
No,
was
you
getting
sound
at.
like a logical person
Mhm.
making sense there. What's wrong with you?
I don't know, man. What happened?
Yeah, it really is. It really is a shame if you. I mean, I'm sure you've seen the memes on Facebook. I'm sure you know the ones like where they talk about the percentages of of the fatality rate compared to the Spanish flu, and then compared to the common cold and all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh yeah.
Like I just saw one earlier today. Let me bring it up real fast. If I could not time out before I bring it up here. This guy shares a lot, so I might not be able to scroll. And okay, here it is. All right, can you hear me?
Hold on, I'm checking out my muscles in the mirror.
All right, can you hear me though?
Oh yeah,
All
yeah.
right, all right. So here's what it says. Okay,
Thought you were
uh,
gonna
it
play
says
along. Okay.
1919 Spanish flu, 50 million dead. Okay, 1919 world population 950 million estimated. 1918, 5.26 of the world's population died. Experts call that a tragic event. You know what? I agree. Wouldn't you say that that's a tragic event?
Hmm.
50 million people dead,
Oh
5
yeah,
point
yeah.
5.26 of the world's population, right?
Well,
Gone,
dude,
right?
I don't. You know what? I'm so narcissistic. If it's not me, and if it's not happening to me, I don't care.
Okay, well, just pretend
No,
like
no.
you care. Okay, all
I'll
right,
pretend. I'll pretend.
all right. Hold on a
I'll
second. I
follow
done.
along. I'll play along.
All right. So then we
No,
fast
I'm kidding.
forward to we'll just go to 2018 for example purposes. Okay,
Example purposes. Okay.
seasonal flu. You know, your everyday average, everyday run of the mill seasonal flu. 650,000 dead. 700, I'm sorry, 7.5 billion is the world population. So that's 0.9% of the world's population died. And experts say that's a typical year. And all right, I mean, I guess it is, right? That's about on average how many people die from the seasonal flu, right? The one that I was just discussing earlier. Are you with me so far?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, last example 2020. I guess you kind of knew I was going to say that. Uh, COVID 19, 488,700. I'm sorry. Yeah, 729 dead and counting. So the number is still going up, right? So mind you, we still have the end of December here. So we could end up like
Hmm.
like we could even go as high as 700,000 before the end of the year. We'll just go with that number, okay? 700,000. All right, which is 50,000 more than the seasonal flu. All right, 7.7 billion. That's 0.6% of, I'm sorry, 0.8% of the world population. And then we have all of this happening. Shut down the economy, wear a mask, social quarantine. Now, do you see how the numbers don't add up, my friend? Do you see? Hear me recap, okay? Seasonal flu, 650,000. COVID 19, 700,000. Spanish flu, 950. I'm sorry, 50 million died. 50 million people died out of 400 and, I'm sorry, out of 960 million. 6.6% of the population. But when you have less than 1% of the population, there's no need to shut down the entire economy. There's no need to freak out. What, less than 1%, my friend?
Oh, they're not shutting down the entire comedy. They're just shutting down small businesses and churches and people who can barely make a living. And
Oh
you
yeah, yeah,
know,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
yeah.
and this vaccine's going to be, it's going to be mandatory, my friend.
Oh yeah. No matter what people say, it's definitely going to be mandatory.
Well, they won't come right out and say it's going to be mandatory, but in
No.
order to travel, you're going to need it. I already seen things where they're saying, can employers make you like, let's say you already work there. Let's say you got a nice cushy job at Procter and Gamble or at a Chase
Hmm.
Bank or somewhere. You know, you sit behind a desk, you rake it in, and you do your 40, 50 hours a week, and you get your Christmas bonus, and you know, everything's jolly in the land of where of your employer. And one day HR comes in. Oh, I'm sorry, but we're going to need you to go get this form. Go to your doctor, get vaccinated, and return this form with your doctor's signature saying that you've been vaccinated. If not, we're going to have to let you go.
Well, look at this. Look at
Uh-huh.
this. Look at schools for an example. They
Mm-hmm.
already, you already have to, it's already required that you get your kids their yearly shots and vaccinations for all sorts of other things. So, what makes people think that they're not going to include the COVID 19 vaccination included in with that as well?
Yeah, I totally agree. And it's not like we haven't had this conversation before. If you're a longtime listener of the show, you've heard us give out this spiel before. You know what we're cooking with. You know what we're trying to say. It's just, sometimes things bear repeating because it's a message that really does need to get out there. And if you got friends online or even in real life, it doesn't hurt to bring up the statistical information. Just kind of gently remind people that they're making a big to do out of nothing. I mean, I'm not saying that the virus
Oh,
isn't real. I'm not saying that you can't get sick. I'm not saying that people haven't died. But if you add up the actual numbers, it doesn't equal the reaction is way overboard for what the actual numbers say. That's all I'm saying.
and let me ask you this.
All right.
How many people have died from the flu, regardless or not whether they got a flu vaccination?
Well, that's the funny thing is, the COVID-19. I know what you're. I hear your question now. That's a good question, but here's, what I'm not actually going to be answering that question. But here's the thing, though.
Okay.
Heart attack deaths are at an all-time low. Uh, um, Stroke deaths all-time low. Regular flu deaths all time low. There's hardly been any cases of the flu at all. Nobody has it. Why? Nobody's dying of heart attacks. Nobody's dying of strokes. Nobody's dying of motorcycle accidents. But 700,000 people are going to die of COVID-19. I don't know. I guess. What do you think, man?
Yeah, there's something wrong there. There's something really, 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 really wrong with that statistic, man.
I agree.
Yeah.
I wonder if they might be borrowing from one category to shift it into another category. I don't know. It seems like a possibility. But you know what? There's so many different vaccines getting ready to come out, and there's so many different types of um, funding and countries and expected dates and the first trials and this trial and that trial. And I mean, there are people who really want to be first in line to get it. I know that person's not me. I assume that
No.
it's not you. I assume you would discourage anybody that you love or care about from running out tomorrow morning and being first in line with their arm out saying, "Stick me first, doctor." I hope that you would discourage such behavior, but nonetheless, there are people out there doing it. And I found an interesting article that kind of gives us a breakdown of actual information about the vaccines. I thought we would look at it, do an in-depth analysis like we do here on Shifty Sunday, become
Yeah.
more informed, and not just have these two yahoos, spouting opinions, that Hebrew and SAGI guy.
Well, hey, let me tell you something real quick is that, excuse me, I'm sorry.
All right, go right on ahead there.
This hot cocoa gives me the belchies.
All
Um,
right,
but no, that's not what I wanted to say. What I
all right.
wanted to say is one of the what do you call it? One of the
Mm.
hey, Suso's here, and it's not just ordinary Suso either. It's Suso Red, and Suso Red says he is red because his Suso channel is being punished for a week. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that you got spanked, Suso. I really am.
It's amazing that we've avoided the fodder for as long as we have the of the wrath of YouTube. I'm sure we're going to get there eventually because we hit all the right buttons, man. We say all
Yeah,
the wrong things, so
we do.
uh, we're gonna. I'm sure we'll catch our wreck when we were supposed to catch our wreck. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
But I heard that one of the side effects of the vaccine, and this is just my opinion, um,
Yes.
is that this is just what I heard. Okay, YouTube. I'm not saying this is actual fact. This is not a fact. this is just what I heard. It could be a fact though, so just listen up. Um, is that people are getting Bell's palsy as part of the side effects. Now, like I said, that's just what I heard. I'm not reporting this as fact, but I got to tell you something interesting about Bell's palsy is that a long time ago, like 3 or 4 years ago, I had I had Bell's palsy, and but the good thing is I only had it for about a week and a half. They put me on steroids, and once they put me on the steroids seemed to help my Bell's palsy, and it miraculously went away.
Well, wow, that's interesting. I didn't know that about you.
Yeah.
Huh.
So I was scared. You know, when I first had it, I thought I had a stroke or something. And then the guy's like, no, this is not a stroke. He goes, I know what this is. This is Bell's palsy, is what you have, my friend. You know, because they did all the blood work, they did all of the brain work, they did all the CAT scans and moon scans and boon scans and loon scans and whatever other scans there are. And they said it's definitely not a stroke. It's Bell's palsy. So
Right. Well, I mean, did you tell the doctor to let you stand up, and did you show him your muscles in the mirror, and then he realized you were going to be okay?
yeah, that's it. That's
Okay.
their test. That's their
All right.
exact test. They're like, well, go over to the mirror and look at your muscles. And that was one of the tests.
All
But
right.
no,
Well, that's
seriously though, I'm very grateful that I didn't end up with a permanent case of Bell's palsy. So that's cool.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, I didn't know that you could catch it, and then I thought if you had it, you had it. I
Mhm.
didn't. You're the first time I ever heard somebody say, "I got it." Wait, no, I don't got it. So I'm glad to hear that that worked out for you. Maybe just possibly, it was one of those times when you caught good fortune, my friend.
Yeah, I would say so. I think a good announcer, good old JR, like he had 2 or 3 different bouts of Bell's palsy and was able to get over it, but he still had a permanent, like the side of his mouth still had a permanent thing on it. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm just saying I don't know. But where was I going with that whole thing?
Um, well, we were going to bring up the vaccine
Oh,
stuff.
yes. Let's bring up the vaccine stuff, and then I think after that, what I'm going to do is drop a link in the chat so that we can have open phone lines.
Well, yeah, System Failure's wanting me to send them the link, and I can't seem to grab a good link. Can you send it to me? Like maybe text it to me, or I
No,
can't get into Hangouts without leaving.
what I'll do is let's go ahead and read this thing, and then I'll just put an open invite for anyone to get in here.
Okay, that's fine, and I'll just tell him that real quick.
Okay. And by the way, he'll have first come, first serve, and then whoever else is in the back, I'll just throw them in. Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
Cool. Let me go ahead and bring up this article. And I believe you sent that to Shifty Sunday.
Yeah, it should be one of the most recent ones. This article is very, very informative. When I found it, I was like, wow, like what are the odds of getting such a comprehensive breakdown and it just be information? Now, how much of it, it seems like a reliable source. It seems like it's factual information, at least according to the quote unquote official narrative, that from it's not like any of this, it's not anything conspiratorial or crazy uh um stuff. This is just raw data. Okay, all right. So but we will all be much more informed after having looked at this, and I don't know that we're going to be able to go into it super in depth, but I do want to cover it. So let me get my screen set up here. All right, the coronavirus vaccine frontrunners are advancing quickly. Here's where they stand. Positive results from Pfizer, Moderna, and AstraZeneca show a vaccine can work and raise hopes Other shots will also be found effective. This is by Jonathan Gardner, Need, I can't pronounce his name, and Ben Fiedler, published June 19th, 2020. Last updated as recently as December 11th, just a few days ago. Scientists, drug makers, and governments are moving with unprecedented haste to develop a vaccine against the new coronavirus. The fastest of them have already delivered promising data showing vaccines can protect against COVID-19, and further results from tests of other experimental shots are expected soon. See that right there? I mean, that line right there. And further results from tests of other experimental shots.
Bollocks.
How reassuring? Yeah, how reassuring does
Sorry,
that?
guys. Hello. Wow, that's crazy.
Oh well,
Man.
hello.
Wow.
Does
Hello,
that
sir.
sound reassuring?
Not
There,
really.
there's just
Does anything sound reassuring that they put out? I saw you sent me a picture there yesterday, on what's in this whole vaccine and all that kind of stuff. It's like, I don't know. Man. We were talking about
yeah.
DNA, RNA, mRNA, all
Yeah,
this
we're going
kind
to
of stuff,
cover all
and
that here right
that's
now, and
crazy. Yeah.
I want to get
Hi
your
guys. Hi guys. Yeah.
feedback as we go through this, Sister Failure.
Amazing. Yeah, really enjoyed it. Go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I just want to say hello. Hi guys.
No, I'm glad you're here. So let's dive a
Yeah.
little deeper here.
Yes.
The goal, at least in the U.S., is to have a vaccine ready for use in some fashion by the end of the year or early next. Doing so would be a scientific feat with few parallels. No vaccine has ever been developed so quickly, never mind manufactured for the world. And
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately, and this is where I'm kind of going to step in. This isn't in the article itself, but they're skipping a lot of the clinical trials. They're skipping the animal testing portion. So there's no in other trials of vaccines that they've done, when they get to the animal testing, that's where they find out like the bad stuff that can happen. Like if you're
Mm-hmm.
going to get a really bad fever or have convulsions
Yeah.
or die or whatever. I mean, the negative, that's where you wean out the negative consequences. But everybody's just so anxious to have it, they're willing to make we're willing to be human guinea pigs, and they're willing to make us human guinea
Yeah.
pigs. And
Definitely. Yeah.
that's a scary thought.
Mm-hmm.
So who's doing all the crunching and crackling, man?
Is it me?
I don't know. I hear a bunch of like crunching and crackling.
That could be me. It could be me. My mic. Sorry, I'm muted while you're talking. Sorry, but it could be me.
All right, yeah, it sounds like you're opening like a bag of nuts or something. Let's see here. All right, so vaccine frontrunners have progressed quickly. Here's the basic of how many different ones there are, and they're pitching to multiple manufacturers as a good thing, but and I guess in one sense, it really possibly could be. As far as like throw everything to the wall and see what sticks, because eventually there might actually be something that really does work when it's all. Whoa, what's all that?
Oh,
Fuck's sake, man!
sorry,
I thought I was
me.
bad.
That was me this time. Sorry, I'll mute up while you're talking. Sorry.
I mean, is it that boring, guys? I mean, come on now.
He's knocking pans together.
I know, right?
We just don't want to listen to this fucking holy.
I think I'll just go ahead and rearrange.
Just rearrange
I'll
the
just
whole show, man.
rearrange my furniture right now in the middle of my show. Yeah.
Why
Oh
not, man?
yeah.
Banging
I
pots
never
and
really.
pans.
I never.
I come in and disrupt the whole show. He says, fuck it, I'm going to start hitting people with saucepans now and throw them off. SAGI, continue anyway. I'm definitely muting my mic.
All right. So you got Moderna, you got CanSingo Biologic, Inovio, Sinovac, BioNTech, Pfizer, and University of Oxford, AstraZeneca, and Novavax. These are like the probably the most well-known ones that we've all kind of maybe heard mentioned in the news and whatnot. Hebrew, I need you to scroll me down when you get the opportunity there, sir. All right, and then we got a few more here. Gamaleya Research, CureVac, Clover Biopharmaceuticals, Johnson and Johnson, Sanofi, Glaxo, and Merck and Company. And you can see here how they have different projections on when they're going to actually come out. All of them, it looks like here within the next year or so. Go ahead and scroll down some more, sir. All right, let's see what they got to say here real quick. Researchers success or failure could determine whether the virus becomes endemic, reoccurring in countries around the world year after year, or ultimately checked. With the health of their citizens at stake, governments are investing enormous sums of money into the vaccine research and development and prepared to manufacture and distribute what will likely be billions of doses necessary to keep infection at bay. And you know what? There is a, like I was saying earlier, looking at the numbers and overkill, the amount of money that I know that the U.S. personally has spent, the billions and billions of dollars that they've given to any Tom, Dick, or Harry country that is willing to take the money and say we'll come up with a vaccine, is ridiculous. I mean, it really has become like I don't know how to explain it. In my mind, it sounds like if I was a biotech or anything related, you would be stupid not to at least raise your hand and say, "I'll give it a shot," because they're going to throw all this money at you and tell you to go for it, and you get to skip all the trials, and you get to use humans as guinea pigs, and we're going to give you billions of dollars. Who would say no to that, right? So, with the health of their citizens at
Exactly. Yeah.
stake,
Exactly.
yeah, exactly. All right, good. I'm glad. I'm glad. Thank you. With the health of their citizens at stake, governments are investing enormous sums of money into vaccine research and development, and to prepare to manufacture and distribute what will likely need to be billions of doses necessary to keep infection at bay. Vaccines have become political as well. Russia seeking a Sputnik-like achievement to tout to the world approved a vaccine before completing testing, while China has cleared experimental shots for limited use in the military and high risk groups. Because if you're in the military in China, you have to get whatever they tell you you're going to get, whether you like it or not.
Oh
And
yeah, you have to do what the man tells you to do. Yeah, exactly. If you're in the army, yeah, of course you have to do what. That's what you sign up for, isn't it?
yeah, 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 they own you. You are
Yeah,
their
exactly. Yeah.
officially their property.
Yeah.
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 So, in the U.S., Trump administration has pledged more than 11 billion in funding and support for 7 candidates through Operation Warp Speed. I mean, the name speaks for itself, right? All right, just scroll down there, Hebrew. We're getting to the nitty gritty now. Hebrew, keep going, keep going, keep going. All right. Let's see here. Lucrative supply deals between drug makers and governments should secure early vaccine access for U.S., Europe, and other developed nations like Japan and Canada. The rest of the world might not be so fortunate, even with well-intentioned efforts by the World Health Organization and groups like all right, and groups like GAVI, the Vaccine Alliance. It's not like we can expect 7 billion doses the day after licensure so we can vaccinate the whole world, said Emory University. Vaccine expert Walter Orenston, yet to truly curb circulation of the SARS-CoV-2 virus in humans, getting vaccines to nations wealthy and poor will be a vital mission. Expect a flurry of data, new answers, and likely fresh questions to come through the remainder of 2020. Here's where things stand for 13 of the most advanced, most promising, or best funded vaccine candidates in the pipeline. Now, here's what I want to do, guys. I want to the next thing we're going to do is we're going to get a basic overall summary of what's going on with each manufacturer and what type of vaccine it is. There's going to be some terminology here that I'm not 100% familiar with because I've already kind of glanced at this, and you guys probably aren't going to 100%. I hope that you do know what it is, and if you do, definitely pipe in. But once we kind of go over some of these,
I'll give it a go anyway.
I want to get your take on what information we just covered, and I want to get your opinion on things. So if you could just bear with me a little bit longer, System
Yeah, go,
Failure
go for it,
audience
go. It's
and Hebrew.
very
This is
interesting, man. It's very interesting. Very interesting indeed.
okay. So first up here, we got Moderna. Moderna and Pfizer are the two that are getting ready to drop, like here real soon, within a week or so. Okay. All right. And then this is where it gets interesting. You got that little diagram on the left that gives you like a visual of the vaccine type, and I think I'd say it's pretty safe to assume that that thing there in the center is a DNA strand, um, and it uses the messenger RNA, or otherwise known as mRNA. So when you hear the term on the news of the mRNA virus, it is basically messenger RNA is called messenger because it gives genetic instructions to the coronavirus spike protein are encoded in the mRNA, delivered via lipid nanoparticle. That's right.
Oh
I said
gosh.
the word nano, like nanonites. Yeah,
Does it I got a question.
yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Does it make a sound like, does it go bling whenever it gives it RNA?
Oh yeah, because you got mail. Yeah. It tells your your immune system goes, you've got mail.
Yeah, that's okay.
like that movie Inside. You ever see that movie Inside where they're all about I think it's a Disney movie. It shows about all the people inside and they all get, it's like email. They get a sort of an email where like something's going on inside. It's a cartoon. It's quite good.
Yeah, Inside Out.
Yeah, Inside Out. Is that what it's called? Inside Out. Yeah, it's very, very good.
Yeah.
See that RNA you're talking about and the mRNA. RNA is the DNA of DNA. So it's a smaller version of that. But the M that they put in front of that is a chemically thing that they made in a lab that is going to now alter your DNA.
Yes,
it's not going to alter their DNA. It's going to alter my kid's DNA if I have a kid, or my kid's.
Yeah, it's not something that would like. It's not like you're going to wake up tomorrow morning with an 11th finger. No, but you could have a kid 3 generations from now with hairy ears.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think what that little synthetic thing that they put onto the DNA is to stop you from, as I said, I did a show last night about thinking outside the box. So we can only think so far on what this reality is. Now you take this fucking DNA thing. Sorry, I shouldn't swear. You take this DNA thing. It's like a concentrated version of the chemtrails that being put on to keep you dumb. It's like that. So you'll only think so far. But I don't know if it's going to affect us. I think it'll affect it. Well, it will affect us in some way, but it'll affect the generations to come. They're basically playing God with your DNA, but they're not doing.
Oh yeah. Just like they did with the Monsanto corn.
Dolly the sheep. There you go. God said, if you start making bloody DNA, if you start making meat or making bird, that's when He's going to come down and put His rat. That's when we're all scared. But that's what they've been
cloning cows since 2008. I just saw that on Alex Jones the other day.
Here's the thing. They've been cloning sheep and pigs since early 90s.
Yeah,
Dolly the sheep is the most famous one.
So you are kind of a hypocrite if you're going to go to McDonald's, have a clone burger and some clone chicken nuggets, and you're going to drink a Monster Energy drink, smoke some K2, and say, "Oh, I'm not getting that vaccine. They're going to alter my DNA."
That's
right.
The cloning that they're doing with McDonald's and all that kind of stuff. When they're cloning sheep and chickens and all to be eaten, they're not cloning them in the sense that we understand what cloning is. We think of a clone being in a water tank. You see in the sci-fi movies, but it's not. It's cloned from DNA at a small little level. We don't grow them.
The point is that all society is bombarding us from every direction. This is just one more nail in the coffin.
It's their coffin, though. I think it's their coffin. Not
us. All right, let's keep on scrolling. Okay, so that's the Moderna. Okay, let's
What are
go on
you
to the
eating
next
over
one.
there? Hold on, Saji. What are
Right.
you eating over there? Sounds delicious, by the way.
I'm not eating that. No, I'm smoking a fucking joint. So do
Oh,
you know what?
okay. Well,
Do you know what?
Well,
Do you know what I
your
think it
joint
is?
sounds so delicious there.
Do you
yeah.
know what I think it is? I think it's my headphones that are kind of disrupting. But what I do is I mute it when I'm not talking. Right? No,
Okay.
that's
All
not
right.
very often.
Okay,
Well,
so you'll
no.
mute for 0.5 seconds. Good,
Yeah,
good to
just
know.
0.5 of a second.
All right, let's keep on going here. We got a little bit more to
Wait a
get through
second.
here.
Wait a
All
second. I
right,
wonder if I could just click one of these.
sure. Let's try the drop down menu. What's the worst thing that could happen? Oh,
There
there
you
you
go.
go.
Yeah.
Now we skipped the little synopsis, but that's okay. All right. Uh, Cancinco. Well, let's go back up to the Moderna. That's the one that I actually wanted to read. I don't care
But
much
but
about.
but that's
Uh,
didn't you just
I
okay.
didn't get to read this part because you hit the drop down menu.
Right.
Yes, scroll down. We
Go down.
covered this part.
Okay, but why you want to read the synopsis?
Well, I want to get a little more details because this one's actually coming out like right now.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got
Okay. One of the great advantages and it talks about the messenger RNA. This is kind of a big deal.
you. Okay. It's or as a certain you know who would say, this is a big fucking deal.
Exactly.
You
All
know.
right. So, one of the great advantages to the messenger RNA technology. Well, what's the great advantage, you ask? A new drug making approach that uses genetic instructions to teach cells to make specific proteins. Is that it can be used to develop a vaccine much faster than traditional methods. Moderna's experimental coronavirus vaccine is proof. There you go. There you have it. The vaccine went from a computer design in January to human study in just 3 months, making Moderna the first U.S. company to reach that point. Since then, Moderna has kept its record pace. Snippets of phase 1 results came in late May, as did the start of mid-stage trial. The phase 3 study began on July 27th, and 4 months later, delivered. Strongly positive results that indicate the vaccine was 94% effective in preventing COVID-19. Data shared by Moderna also showed the vaccine protects people from the severe disease that leads to the worst health outcomes. Interesting. The
Can I
findings
say
with
one thing there?
yeah, I want to
Sorry, go
hear.
ahead.
Yeah, come on in. Come on in. What you got to say?
Sorry, just 1 second. What someone said in the chat there, I was looking at the chat, was about effects of it and stuff like that, right? And about they're coming out with this skull to head technology. They've already done it, and also skull to voice to skull or whatever. They've also been able to do the Project Bluebeam and stuff like this. Could be a marker for that as well. This could be an antennae for that voice to skull technology, because they can't get it into everyone, because everyone is not susceptible to MK Ultra. Yeah. So MK Ultra,
That is true.
if you believe in the
And
whole,
again, it's a perfect example of another way for them to
well, if they're
manipulate.
if
Yes.
they're dealing if you're dealing with micro technology, micro down at an RNA level, imagine how low or how smaller they can even go. Now we can't even see DNA. Now we can't even see. We can hardly see a bit of dust. And imagine how small DNA is compared to that bit of dust. And then if you go in, they're messing with stuff that's on a quantum, whatever you want. Quantum is the big word nowadays, isn't it? On that realm
Yeah,
anyway, where you
quantum.
can't see shit. Yeah, quantum. So when you go in a fractal equation, it just keeps going down and down and down. But where does it end? You know what I mean? Where does it end? How far along do they have the plan? Do they have a plan for the contingency plan for this? Are they in
Hmm.
control of the contingency plan? Because like with all these vaccines, they've had them in warehouses since day one. They've had them in warehouses for the last 60 years. The vaccines. Now what they're doing is putting different strands of the vaccines out to see what it does to people. So they make one stronger than the other. I heard that the first 100 people that I think, what's his name, said it last night. Joe Dirt or Joe Blogs was saying last night that the first 100 people that were tested died. They were all in the UK on this vaccine stuff. So it's all a test. I think the stronger version of it. But see the way we're awake. We're all awake as fuck. Yeah, sorry, I should swear. We're all awake as fuck. We're all in this
No, yeah,
seeking
we're
truth.
awake. Our audience is awake, but we
I
still.
think everyone's awake. I think everyone's waking up too quick for the governments to handle it, and they're panicking and they're trying to get this little fucking DNA thing in to pull us back to sleep.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because,
I hear you, and that's definitely a theory, and
just
your
a theory.
theory
That's all it
holds.
is. That's
Yeah,
all it is. They all are just
and
theories.
your
'Cause
theory
I don't think we'll ever know.
Yeah, your theory holds a certain amount of water, and I mean,
Anyway, carry on. I just wanted to say that
it's one of
because
those things too where, like, how does it all tie together, and that's when you get into conspiracy. That's when you get into going down rabbit holes. And don't get me wrong, I'm all for traveling down rabbit holes, and I wanna explore them because that's the only way you find the truth. Because there's there's a lot of information out there. There's a lot of misinformation out there, and also in the truther community, you have people who try to exploit and take advantage of the misinformation to their advantage, and to try to make it more interesting and to put together a large audience and to get people to pay attention. You're going to shout the most egregious things you can think of to say about it, but the point is we got to cipher through all that and try to make some sense out of it, and that's what we're doing here.
Yeah. I some people think it's a direct attack on people who are awake, people who can see the light, who are trying to lead people on, because you're getting a lot of channels. I even see a few people in your chat have had trouble in their channels. One guy said he's been taken down for a week. That's why he's red. Lothar had a ban. I've had another 3-month ban as well. I've had all my Facebook things taken down. They seem to be in the UK right now. A lot of YouTubers and Facebookers are being taken down for no reason because they're going out speaking truths. They've got a YouTube channel on, and they're going around just about this virus stuff, about the mask, about the fake mask, about the police brutality. As you can see, what's going on in the UK, you probably it's all over the place. You know what I mean? It's getting fucking to the stage where it looks like they want us to riot, to bring in martial law, so then they can inject us no matter fucking what. Because if martial law comes in now, if I get arrested because I have mental health, I'll go to a madhouse. But if martial law comes in, they have the permission to put me straight into jail. Now, I'm not worried about jail because I've been in jail before, but people would be. People with mental health would be, and they would follow procedure. They would put a mask on, and they would take the injection so they wouldn't go into prison. So that's the fright they're putting on people. But you know what I mean?
Yes,
there has to be
it really is. I really do think that you're onto something here. I really do think it's a test of conformity. How much can we actually get them to submit to? And also, as far as like the YouTube channels getting deleted, we should be able to come on here and have these conversations.
We should be able to say what we want without having to use innuendos.
And anybody with any common sense should understand that it's just a conversation. It's just an opinion. It's just a theory. And you use your own discernment. Do your own research and come to your own conclusion. I mean, we're all adults. We're all semi-intelligent individuals. We don't need the watered down official narrative as our only source of information to make sure that we comply and submit and follow orders. That's really what it seems so Orwellian what they're trying to make the world right now. It really
Orwellian.
does. Yes.
What would you just say?
Orwellian, 1984. Like
I thought you said overwhelming.
Okay.
I thought you said overwhelming. To be honest. That's good phrase. I like that. Can I use that?
Yeah.
Yes.
I like that.
I like that.
I like that one.
Orwellian. You know what, SAGI? I'm going to use that in my next SAGI and Hebrew show.
Well, you definitely do that.
Yeah, man. I love them Harry and Shebo shows, guys. Well, when are you going to come over and let's do an old improv? You know, well, we can do it right now if you want, later on if you want. But when are we going to come over and do an improv show with me, guys? I think we could have an audience laughing for at least an hour. constant,
yeah, we
like
do that.
crying,
We
like
do
crying.
that. We
Well, you did it all the time, but I want to get involved. Let me in, guys. Knock, knock, knock. Let me in. Let me
Well, we'll definitely want to do that. We want to. It's hard to keep up with
in.
you because we're on opposite timelines. What
I
time is it
know
where you're at right now?
it is. It's 4:45 in the morning.
Oh wow!
Man.
I've been on USA. I listen. I got up today at 5. I got up to 5 p.m. I was going to go out and stream live because I've got a battery pack. I
You
want to see
streamed
how
like
long
a
it will
long
last.
time yesterday. You were on
Oh,
for like
seven
8
and a half
hours.
hours. Yeah. And it
Yeah.
was great though. We had the two gyms. We had Jim on. We had Joe Dutch on. Joe Blogs on. We had Show Me Sasquatch on. We had Brando on. You were in the chat. We were making fun. We were having great fun. Brando was drinking tequila. I was drinking coffee. There was tunes going. It was good fun, man. It
That
was good fun.
Joe guy, I think is his name. He goes by number 7.
Yeah.
He seemed like he had an interesting. That's the first time I ever heard him was yesterday. I liked
Yeah, he's got a
his
great.
he's got a good broadcasting persona, like his voice is the way he
He does.
articulates his words, and
He's very.
he just
He's
seems
very good.
yeah
He's very good.
he
Very good people are. Very
yeah. I would
good
like
people.
to have.
I like expanding on his theories, and then he goes off and comes back, and then he expands because he went off about. He mentioned to me about quantum computers once, I think it was, and we were talking about quantum computers, and I said to him, "Okay, so you said that to me. Let me just expand on it for a second." So I just went outside the box, just tell off the top of the dome kind of shit, kind of stuff I'd researched a long time ago. And I said, "Why'd you look into this?" And then he came back to me. Do you know what it was? It was actually when CERN came out and said something about the whole fucking whatever. Well, where we are is the total opposite where we should be. The whole fucking physics, the law of physics isn't right, and all this kind of. They come out and then they retracted it the next day. And he was all worried about it. I just told him to think of it. And before even they came out with the theory that it was fake, he'd already thought outside the box and it was all right. Like it was crazy. But he does have some great theories on the DNA strands, locking to it, and being asleep and having a strand on your DNA and getting down to the micro stuff. He's into his quantum computers and quantum realms and parallel universes. And being
anyway, he seemed like he seems like he's got a good combination of some knowledge and a lot of opinion.
Well,
like all of us.
he's a good
all of us live streamers.
That's all we have, guys. That's all.
Yeah.
I'll put in the link, Lotar, as soon as we're done with this.
All right, let me get we're almost done with this little section here. All right, so I think that's interesting that the vaccine went from a computer design in January to a human study in just 3 months. That line there, that really stood out to me. But let's move on. Since then, Moderna has kept up with record pace. I already read that part. The finding, which was based on the 186 cases of COVID-19, is a powerful and let's see here. Yeah, is a powerful. Oh man, I keep losing my spot.
Do you want me to put an arrow?
And hopeful result that raises optimism around other vaccines in development too, taken together with a similarly positive readout from Pfizer and BioNTech, which in mid-November. Go ahead and scroll up, please.
Scroll up.
Or down, I meant to say.
Oh, okay.
And their shot was 95% effective in preventing COVID-19. Researchers can now more confidently say their approach to vaccination will prove protective. Crucially, Moderna's vaccine also appeared safe, although a fuller accounting of the side effects experienced by participants.
Is he breaking up on you as well? Sorry, if your microphone's breaking up, is it my signal or your signal?
No, I can hear him just fine.
Oh, perfect. I'll take it's my signal. No, it's okay. I think just have to just plug it into the wall. Don't worry, it's all good.
All right, yeah. This is the big this one line right here seems pretty like it says crucially seems pretty crucial. Moderna's vaccine also appeared safe. Now, I don't know about you, but if that bear over there in the woods appears safe, let's walk up to it.
Yeah, just go over and hit, just go over and hit it a slap in the face, man. It looks safe enough.
Poke him with a stick. Yeah.
Yeah, poke him with a stick. Why not, sure? Ask him does he shit in the woods? Ask him does he shit in the woods? If he doesn't answer, hit him a slap.
Here's some toilet paper for you, beer.
Although a fuller accounting of the side effects experienced by participants is expected in the coming weeks. Now that's money right there. That line right there. A fuller accounting of the side effects experienced by participants is expected in the coming weeks. The company formally asked the Food and Drug Administration for emergency approval on November 30th, and the agency's vaccine advisory panel is scheduled to review the data on December the 17th. No mRNA vaccine
MSR.
I know, right? Has been approved to prevent an infectious disease. However, please scroll
However,
or down.
It needs to down, boy, down.
However,
are you smoking a big flat one, hey, bro?
and no one has.
So good.
No, I don't think he smokes. I mean, every once in a while, but not on a regular basis. Let's see here. And none have been manufactured and distributed at scale, let alone during a pandemic. Should Moderna vaccine receive an emergency clearance, supplies would be limited initially to several tens of millions of doses before the company and its manufacturing partners can successfully ramp up production. Tens of millions of doses before they can ramp it up. I don't know about you, but tens of millions sounds like ramping it up to me.
It's a lot of money, man. A lot of money, man. A lot of money.
Yeah.
Tens of millions.
Success notwithstanding, Moderna has also come under scrutiny, both for the price it plans to the price it plans to charge the U.S. government, as well for the intellectual property it claims for its vaccine. Government scientists have supported Moderna's work and could hold rights to some of the underpinning technology. Moderna said it will not enforce patent rights related to vaccine technology for the duration of the pandemic. All right, well, that's interesting to know.
I have it on the big TV, so I'm reading it as you're reading it there as well. It's very interesting, all right, isn't it? Very interesting.
Yeah, okay. Yeah,
someone's making money off it. Someone's making loads of money somewhere. That's all we know.
Billions of dollars. All right, so you got the Cancino biologics, and that this is a different vaccine type. It's the non-replicating viral vector DNA sequence for coronavirus spike protein delivered via adenovirus type 5 vector, whatever that means. And this is being funded by China. Let's move on to the next one. Yeah, if you don't have the drop down box anymore, just scroll on down till you see the next illustration, sir. I'm not going to read about all of them. I will put the link in chat for anybody who wants to read them now. All right, and then you got an Ovio, and it's got a different little it's got a elliptical little DNA type strand thing going on there.
83 million. Fuck's sake, man. 83 million.
Yeah, 83 million. And that's just from the U.S. And then you got whoever the CPI is given 17 million.
17 million, yeah, wow, man.
And,
that's 100 million there, man. Why is it 100 million? Fuck's sake, man. 100 million goes in 2021. Target supply. 100 million. Someone's making 10% of 100 million. What's that? That's a lot of fucking money. You know?
And it says it's delivered via electroporation. I don't know what that is, but it don't sound like fun.
Probably some sort of fucking frequency fucking gun or something like that. That's probably the DNA to tell you that they can actually get you the frequency. You know what I mean? There it is there now. Yeah, fucking, I don't know, man. I reckon it's a marker of some sort anyway fuck knows. They're getting 100 million. 20 million of that, I'd say, that's what it probably costs. The other 80 million goes to black ops operations and fallen, whatever they're hiding. By the way, Michael Fontaine, I don't know. I think it's raining outside in London. But big ups to you, Michael Fontaine.
All right, let's go to the next one, Hebrew. We only got quite a few more to get through here.
Michael Fontaine.
Michael Fontaine.
It's very interesting to see how much these are cost. Like 100 million, and the next one's what's the next one? Probably going to be the same.
This one is Sinovac. I think I can't see it now. It went off the screen. Yeah, Sinovac, updated October 12th. It's the SARS. It's an inactivated virus. SARS-CoV-2 is isolated, expanded, and then made uninfectious via chemical treatment. So they're going with the good old, like the way they do the old school seasonal flu. They're using a portion of the actual CoV-2 virus and isolating it,
so
and then
they want 100 million annually.
Annually,
doses.
yes.
Oh, so no, 100 million doses annually. So that's 100 million doses. But there are 15 million from, that's the ACVC. I think that's who they were, who that other people were the last one. Advanced Tech Capital Viva Capital. That sounds like almost fucking Colombian, Capital, or I can't read it so much, but it seems like, it almost seems like fucking Terminator stuff, doesn't it? What's gone off now? Where's it gone?
Oh, you got Superman's boots, huh? All right. Let's see here. All right, BioNTech. Oh, you just barely took it off the screen, man. I just barely can't see it. BioNTech and Pfizer. Okay, this is the other big one. The other one that's getting ready to come out. I'm sure we've all heard of the Pfizer and BioNTech, and it's also got the messenger RNA. Meaning that the genetic instructions for the coronavirus spike protein are encoded in mRNA, delivered via lipid nanoparticle, 50 million doses in 2021, up to 1.3 billion doses in 2021, $1.95 billion from the U.S., 445 million. Now, if you're if
that's
in
crazy,
the next year,
that's crazy numbers.
If you were in the next year, if you were to get a vaccine, the odds are it'll most likely be this one or the very first one we were looking at, the Moderna.
I think this is the one they're pushing for, because this is the mRNA. This is the one that changed their DNA.
And the Moderna is the mRNA too.
I think no matter what one you take, they'll all have this in it anyway. They're just.
Well, these are the two. Yeah, these are the two that do the mRNA, the Moderna and the Pfizer. And they also have to be kept at extremely cold temperatures logistically for distribution. One has to be like negative 40 degrees, and the other one's not quite as bad. It's just got to be like a little bit below zero. But either way, that's how they through its whole supply from the time it leaves the lab to it gets to the place where you're getting the injection. It has to be kept at below freezing temperatures, and if it isn't, then it goes bad within 24 to 48 hours. So I thought that was interesting to note as well.
Very, 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 very interesting.
All right, scroll down. Let's see what they got to say about the Pfizer one, because this is the one we're most likely going to have injected in our loved ones' arms. Moderna wasn't the only biotech to aggressively push forward with the promising but until now unproven messenger RNA technology. Access to across the Atlantic in Mainz, Germany, BioNTech started work on an mRNA vaccine for the coronavirus early on and agreed to partner with Pfizer in mid-March, joining forces with the largest drug maker even before their legal teams had produced a contract. They're like, we're all going to make millions. Don't worry about it. The
Yeah,
partnership.
and do you notice it's in Germany as well? They're always something to do with Germany for some reason. There's always
It
Germany
does
in the
seem like
mix for all this
Germany
stuff.
always finds a way to squeeze its way in there, doesn't it? The partnership turned out to be a historic one, with the two companies winning clearance from the UK drugs regulator for their shot just 8 months later, followed quickly by authorization in Canada on December the 9th and an emergency clearance from the FDA on December 11th. So they've gotten clearance all the way through, man. The UK's authorization was a world first for the coronavirus vaccine that had completed testing. Earlier vaccine approvals in China and Russia were done before late stage studies had begun. Unlike Moderna and other frontrunners, Pfizer and BioNTech had initially advanced 4 prototypes, each with subtle differences, before choosing one to take in the late stage. If you could scroll just a little bit for me there, please.
Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second. I just need 1 second.
Okay, just 1 second.
Ugh. Okay, I had to get
Are you
back
playing with the Superman figure?
No, not this time.
All right.
I need 1 second. You've got something in your other hand.
No.
All right, so data data from the trial have now been published in the New England Journal of Medicine, affirming earlier positive results and demonstrating a better than expected 95% efficiency in preventing COVID-19. The finding was based on 170 cases of COVID-19 counted beginning 1 week after the second dose. Only 8 were in the study participants who received the vaccine. Side effects are primarily injection site pain and other common vaccine reactions like fatigue, fever. Although 4 cases of Bell's palsy were highlighted by FDA reviewers. I need you to scroll, please.
That's what I mentioned earlier.
Yes. Moreover, UK regulators have. Oh man, I totally lost my spot.
You were moreover right about here.
Okay.
Moreover, UK
Regular have warned of allergic reactions in people with a history of severe allergies. All right. The companies have contracted to supply the U.S. with 100 million doses. Excuse me. Although only several million were ready to be shipped immediately after the FDA's authorization, Pfizer expects to manufacture 50 million doses this year. Unlike others, the drug maker hasn't relied on government funding for testing and manufacturing. Okay, I think we pretty much get it. Can you copy and paste the link and put it in chat, Hebrew? So anybody who wants to read that in more in depth is able to do so.
There's one thing that you were saying about that, Saji. If they're on about how many people it's going to save, how many people it's cured out of 170 people, wasn't it? It was 170 people they said that they tested it on that had coronavirus. But let me ask you and your audience as well. Who believes the coronavirus is real? Who believes them numbers are real? Because if you believe the coronavirus isn't real, it's just a manufactured thing in a factory and it's all fake and people are wearing masks, well then they're not curing anyone, and all these numbers that we're speaking about, even including all the cures that they're making up, are not a cure for anything. All they are is to get stuff into our blood system.
You know what I mean? The thing. If it's fake. I don't think that it's 100% fake. I just think that it's I think that it's a real thing. I think people really are getting sick. I think some people. No, we talked about this earlier. You must not have been in when we said this.
I just want to ask, see, because I personally I think it's fake.
But I don't. Okay, but I don't think that I have to go outside with a mask on and socially distance in order to keep from getting it.
Yeah, it's heightened up a lot.
Yeah, it's blown way out of proportion.
Mm-hmm.
I think that if you look at the actual numbers, the way we're reacting to the amount of, basically we're looking at maybe less than 1% of the population death rate. That doesn't that's not a cause for us to shut down
That's normal.
everything.
That's normal. That's
Yeah,
normal. You see,
that's
all
normal.
they're
Yeah.
going is by normal number. But here's the thing that I came across, right? The actor James Bond, the actor whoever, what's his name, fucking Sean Connery died there a couple of weeks ago. Now,
Yes.
he was put down. The media put out that he died of coronavirus. His family went to court. Well, they were going to sue everyone
You
and
might
told
want to
them.
turn off your camera. You're getting a little sketchy. Like,
Is
yeah,
that better?
there
Is
you
that
go.
better? Is that better? So yeah, Sean Connery's family. The media said that he died of coronavirus, but he didn't. He actually died of heart failure in his own or whatever it was. It was nothing to do with coronavirus. But you see, what they're doing is the whole media are saying like everyone is dying. Anyone that even's dying of old age or any other heart disease or anything like that, they're putting coronavirus down. They're putting it down on everything, and they're counting down numbers in their census. And it's not a lot of bollocks because I don't know if you remember Cannon and Ball in UK. It's just like it was a comedy program. Two guys, they were just comedy act. But one of them died a couple of weeks ago, and it said in the newspaper that he died of coronavirus, but he didn't. He died of old age. Everyone that they're putting down and that's where they're putting the numbers out of their arses. I think the disease that they have is a strain of the flu, and that's all it is. And they're making it out to be something fucking bigger than it was. Now all these rumors went around that China started it off and snuck it into America and all this kind of stuff. No way. China and America are sitting behind closed doors, shaking hands, and they're all sitting in behind closed doors, shaking hands, and they all know what's going on. And I think they're all in a part of it because if they want it all to get better or worse, whatever way they want it, they all have to come together. And they knew that a long time ago before they even made it a point for us to say, "Oh, we should all come together." They've already done that, and they make us feel like they're all apart and they're all fighting each other. Only on the media are they fighting each other. Only on the TVs are they fighting each other. Only through the media are they spreading these lies and stuff like that. If you go outside where I live now, there's 10% people walking around here with a mask on, and they're probably old and elderly that don't have a. I don't know. Well, I won't even say why, but it's hyped up by the media. You don't see them on your if you're in America, you don't see British television with 10% people only wearing masks and the other 90% enjoying life. You don't see that. You
Well,
only
yeah,
see 10%.
like I said earlier, heart attacks rates are at an all-time low.
Yeah,
Seasonal
yeah.
flu deaths are at an all-time low. Strokes
Here's
are at
another
an all-time low.
here's another thing we came across. Intelligence is at an all-time high. Geniuses that are being born nowadays and that are being tested for genius level intelligence, plus ADHD and all these other sort of ones that are kind of like Rain Man type of stuff. A lot of people are being born like that, and you wouldn't call them defects, but I think they could have been put into. I don't know. It seems to be a lot of them are born like that now for some reason. Go ahead.
Oh, here's the thing. I'm going to answer your question that you asked just now earlier before we get into it too far.
Yeah.
Here's what I think. All right. I think that it is real to an extent. I think that it was developed in the lab. I don't think it was a bat virus or whatever they said it was. I think it was developed a long time ago, longer than what they're leading on. And I think that it developed into something more than what it is. Like it got away from them. Like they didn't expect it to get this big. But I don't think that the numbers are as big as what they say. That can't be. It can't be, there's 1,000 cases today, and then the next day, there's 1,000 more cases. There's 100 cases. It can't be getting worse. If anything,
I've walked into
better.
morgues, man. I've walked into morgues. I walked into a morgue in near where I live. I know people are walking into morgues when morgues where they keep the dead bodies, where they were saying all these morgues were going to be filling up with all these dead bodies. Mm-hmm. The morgues in this where around me were all closed. There was no one there. There was no one in them. There was no one working. They were given the week off. They were at home at Corona. They were getting their 75% wages. There was no one in them. So where were I putting all these bodies? They were just doing the normal job of doing whatever they were doing. They were just seems to be in the UK anyway. That's I can say in the UK from where I am. It seems to be that everyone that died put COVID V. Here's one thing. I don't know if your listeners on yourself. I know you might know, guys. Anyone that doesn't know, for every time you put COVID on a death certificate, you get an extra £14,000 for the NHS. So every time you put COVID on the death certificate, the NHS get an extra 14,000. Now I think it's a lot more in America. I think they might get a 44 grand or 40 grand per every time they put COVID on anyone's death certificate. So here's a question to you and your listeners. If you were going to get 40 grand for writing a white lie on a piece of paper, and you were going to get funding for the rest of your life through this, would you try to put into law that this wasn't a white lie and you could even see? Do you know what I mean? Would you do it? Do you know? So you can see where they're making their money through this thing, and it seems to be, where's all the money going to? Are they putting it into gold? Because there is no fucking cash anymore. It's all on computers. It's all on computers.
Well, while we got you here, Mark, I think a lot of people in the U.S. are unaware of just how bad the in other countries it not how bad COVID-19 is, but how bad the foot them putting you down and quarantining you and enforcing the mandates. And you guys, I mean, you guys have really, your population is really woke, and they're really like fighting against the authority. And it's like
it's crazy,
like,
man. It's crazy.
People are
crazy.
Despite the arrest, they're still getting out there and saying we're not buying it.
There was over 10,000 people in Trafalgar Square that day, and the mad day when I was trying to get David, like, there's been, but here's the thing: England, UK is so small, and it all centers around London and other little. You don't see the ones in Birmingham as much on the news, but it all centers around the ones around London where the violence are, and it looks like that we, like, as the public, are going out enticing violence. They're not. If I know a lady, a friend of mine, she's like literally 5'2", right? 6 police officers got her down, had her down on the ground, put handcuffs on her. They even thought they were. I'm not going to tell you what they said to her. Now they had her down with their knees on her fucking neck, holding her down. This poor woman screaming her head off, and there's men standing there, not being able to do anything, because if they touch that police officer, they're gonna get arrested. That's what the police officers in London seem to be doing. But the police officers are doing that are not the same police officers that I know of. That because I've met quite a lot of police officers. I was in Brixton Police Station for 48 hours on. It doesn't really matter. I was there for a bit. I met quite a lot, and they seem like genuine people. The ones that are on the street now seem to be ex-military and trained for this stuff, as if they're brought in to entice riots. Now, when a riot happens, it's easier to bring in martial law. Isn't that right? I think that's what they're going for. UK is crazy, but there are a lot of woke people. And I mean, to the stand where we stand up. Now, I'm shocked that it's not happening so much in Ireland, because as an Irishman, I'll stand up for the right for whatever.
Oh, you
Irish
are, you Irish are crazy. You go balls to the wall. I know.
I'm not going balls to the wall yet until I get this other police officer that brought me down. Now, that court case should be coming up soon. When I get confirmation on that, then I'm going to go into London. I'm going to stream as much as I can.
They don't call you guys the Fighting Irish for nothing.
No, they'd never say anything like that, would they? I'd never get into a fight. No, I'll protect myself though. But yeah, it's wild on the streets of the UK. It's wild, but we don't see it as much over in the US, because I don't watch the media anyway. But because the UK is so small, it's condensed, and you see a lot of police, a lot of corruption, or not a corruption, a lot of police, a lot of. Now
here's my question. Like I got a couple questions.
Yeah, all right. So go ahead.
The police that you see out there with the riot gear enforcing, the mandates and stopping the rioting, or trying to squash the disturbance in the street, the people with a voice, trying to suppress the voice. Now, is this your average everyday run-of-the-mill policeman that is on the force? Or are they bringing in militia?
They're bringing them in.
Okay.
I can tell.
And the reason, wait, hold on. I'm not quite done with the question. And the reason I asked that is I think it would be safe to assume that the average policeman on the force locally, he's pretty woke too, and he's got kids in high school that go to the same school as the people rioting do. He's got kids in college. His wife works in the neighborhood. He buys his meat from the local deli. He talks to the people. He knows what's really going on. He's not going to come and throw a woman down in good conscience and beat the crap out of her because she's trying to express her disapproval of the way they're doing things.
That's exactly what I was saying about the whole people that I met in Brixton. I thought they were like that. But these police officers now that I've seen in Leicester Square and Trafalgar Square and all, they're not them. They seem to be military trained. They seem to be new recruits, like nearly boot camp kind of version. Like they're running around in lines, in single file or double file, and they're like just marching up and down the streets, But they're going around, just pulling random people, mostly people that are filming. Anyone with that has a voice, or even before they even get there, they're targeted. I got there and I got targeted straight away when I went to the London Eye. They didn't want me anywhere near that. I have other people that can't even get into Trafalgar Square because they have a camera on them. That's how much they don't want us to see what they're really doing to the people, because they're enticing us to hurt them back. Do you get what I'm saying?
Here's the thing,
and that's
Mark.
Not, that, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It'll either be a riot. Something will change. It's either going to be a new leader. But here's the thing: the new.
Now,
boss
how do
is
you
gonna be
think
the same as the
everybody?
old boss.
What do you think the vaccine? How's that going to affect everything? Like, are the people there going to want? Well, now that the vaccine is here,
before he answers that though, well, hold on, SAGI guys, hold on, you two. I just got a question real quick. I want to slip this in here because before it gets too far away, because it is kind of far away a little bit. You were talking about the doctors that are getting paid to slap COVID on every dead patient that comes in.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. I don't know if that's the case going on in America, which I'm sure it is an incentive, sure. But also the thing is 100%, they're not just paying them money to keep their mouth shut and to slap tags on them. They're threatening them as well. They're telling them, hey, you better now hold on. They're telling them you better put this toe tag on him. I don't care if he died in a motorcycle accident. We tested him for COVID, and we do believe that he's showing symptoms of COVID. So slap this toe tag on him, or else you're fired. You know what I mean?
And even if he didn't show the symptoms, just the fact that he tested positive is they get a bigger check if it says COVID-19 on the test certificate.
That's it. But here's the thing. I know someone that got the COVID test, sent it back without doing it, and got the results back saying he was positive. He didn't even do the test. He just sent it back blank. Yeah. He didn't even do it, and it came back positive. How did that happen?
That happened. That's funny you should say that. You talk about synchronicity. Mm-hmm. I had a friend that was telling me the very same story. This has been a few months ago.
They're all fake. The results have to be fake, or it has to be on. It has to be on the stick you do the test with in the first place.
Yeah, the guy didn't even have COVID, and they called him up the next day and said, "Yeah, by the way, you have COVID." Like, what? I didn't even take the test.
Didn't even do the test. Yeah, what the fuck? Just random people. So that's what the thing. They'll say that to you, and then you'll come in and take the test, and then they fucking give you some sort of flu injection, which will make you sick as fuck.
Now, what he did do is he signed up, and he was standing in line, and the line was so long, he just said "fuck it" and just.
So he went. He did go to get it done because he said
he did go to get it done.
There you go. You go. If they don't get you one way, they'll get you the other.
Yeah. So I think they're just whoever signs up. That's all you gotta do is sign up.
What do you want? Here's the thing. We're not going to be able to do fuck all about it. They have the rules set in place already. They have contingency plans if we say no. They have it all in place. And if this doesn't work for say if this works for 3.5 billion people, that's like about a third of the planet, a third of the population.
Now I'll tell you something funny. Is my nephew and nieces, they go to elementary school, and their school teacher apparently got COVID. And what's funny is she just happened to get COVID just before they all went to Christmas break. They're just getting ready to go to Christmas break, and so they're like, oh, well, the school shut down. They were going to shut it down anyway. They were going to Christmas break. And
just terrorizing people. They didn't have to tell anyone that. They didn't have to say that to anyone. They're just terrorizing them now. That's what I mean. Just spreading.
Yeah.
They didn't have to say that. That's like me saying, well, you know what it's like. I don't explain what that's like, but that's silly. Why would you say that? Just to worry your kids and the kids' parents over the Christmas period? Oh no, I wonder how that teacher is. Is she wanting sympathy? Is she, as you said earlier, one of them people who looks for attention all the time? She's not.
I guess.
But the school made her look like it. You know,
no,
your teacher's got COVID. Now go off on your holiday, enjoy yourself. Why the fuck would you say that to your kids?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Fuck that, man. Yeah. Why do you want your kids, you know, especially pupils of that teacher, worrying about their teacher during the holiday season? Only to create fear on kids. They have enough shit going on. They're not even going to have a good Christmas, for fuck's sake. Leave them alone.
And sorry, again, I want to. No, you're fine, and I appreciate you being, you know, expressing yourself like that, because
kids like that. Kids. I just hate when this affects kids. I see the kids nowadays walking around with their masks on. It really brings tears to my eye because they don't know any different. They think it's gangster. They think it's know, some of the kids like oh, it's great to have some of them have teeth on it, some have design.
My daughter
don't know any different.
My daughter actually kind of likes the mask because she gets these cool masks with the cartoon characters on.
Yeah, exactly. They can design their own as well and stuff like that. It's, you know, it's crazy.
Yeah, and you know what? It's. I want to make sure that I reiterate the fact that there really are people out there who are getting sick. And there really is a virus out there.
Oh yeah, you totally triggered the hell out of Lorraine.
Right, because it's easy to get lost. It's easy for that to get lost. Yeah, Lorraine included.
I can only see the chat there, guys. Listen, I'm not here to offend anyone. It's only my own opinion, but I've done.
No. Just hear me out. Hear me out. It's just that it needs. It gets lost in the translation a lot of times when we're the point of everything isn't whether or not it's real. That's beside the point. The real point is if you look at the numbers and how we're reacting to the actual numbers, that's where it doesn't make any sense. It's just a little bit higher than the actual death rate is just a little bit higher than the seasonal flu. Yet we're acting like it's the Spanish flu where 70 million people died.
As if every second person has it. Like we're afraid to like here's how bad it is got in the UK. I don't know if the same in over there. But this Christmas you can only have 6 people in your house at Christmas Day, okay? Now that's fucking fucked a lot of people's Christmases up, okay, as you can imagine, because a lot of people love to have families over and have a big Christmas. I know myself back home, we used to have 14 or 20 people at Christmas Day, but so now you can have 6 people in for Christmas Day because of regulations, and they probably want you to stand 6 foot away. What are you gonna throw the fucking turkey at each other? What the fuck are you gonna do? Like, how are you gonna? I don't know which way you're gonna do. But also, here's another thing: what they've got into place. If you have a wedding, you can have 20 people on Christmas Day. If you have a funeral, you can have 30 people on a day.
Oh, now what if you have your Thanksgiving dinner, your daughter's getting married, and you're going to go ahead and put your grandpa down? Can you have 100?
I think you should be able to. If you can plan it right, you can have a great fucking party on Christmas Day, I reckon. So, but definitely. I don't think anyone. There's the rules. There's the thing that the rule is in place, right? But you see, in England, people ain't going to be saying. You probably heard the rule before that a rule came in over here that people that weren't living with each other over in the UK couldn't be in the same house as each other. And people could not, if you didn't live in the same house, you weren't allowed to have sex with your partner because you didn't live with them. Did you hear that rule? That was a law that they said came in.
Could you say it one more time? You talk so fast. I had a hard time.
So, I caught up with him, but
can you repeat it? Could you say it one more time?
In the UK, they said that if you weren't living with someone, you weren't allowed to be in the same premises. So if you had to live with someone, also that went for your partner as well. So you can't have sexual or any sex with any partner if you didn't live with them. Now that came out on the social media thing and said, "Oh, that's a law."
Really?
It came into the UK. Now it might be a law, which I never thought it was. But nobody is. Do you think anyone's going to fucking take? That's just something that's scares.
And how are they going to monitor and enforce that law?
They put it across as if they're going to monitor it.
I don't think it changed the privacy laws.
Yeah, how the hell, man? What
Yeah.
They're just bringing out all these mad laws. It's crazy. Sorry,
Well,
go
let me
ahead,
just
guys.
say this. Let me just say this, and then I'm gonna drop the link for call-ins. Because Lotar's getting itchy over there. He wants to jump in. I'm sure he wants to say something about all this.
Yeah,
But,
why not? Why not? Yeah, of course.
Yeah. But here's the thing, real quick is like he raises a good point, and we've said this before. I think I even said this on Taco Tuesdays. Like, I went Christmas shopping the other day with the wife, and we zoomed by Target, and they had like all these people lined up, just waiting to get in, and that's because they have the capacity thing, because of COVID, whatever. But we went to Walmart, and just people were all in there willy nilly, like by the thousands. It didn't matter. And I'll tell you the funny part about it is, all of these eggheads were standing in line, like the line went all the way back to clothing and jewelry, like all the way back there. And I'm just like, man, screw you guys. I'm getting in the self-checkout, and I'll be damned. I went through self-checkout. I was in and out, like quick lickety split, like it didn't take me no time. But my point of this whole rambling is that Walmart, Target, Costco, Kroger, if you have one in your area, all these places are just letting people in all willy-nilly, and it's got to be in the thousands. I mean, come on. And they're just, what does COVID not live inside Walmart? Does it not live inside Target? Does it not live inside Costco? Like, there's different rules for that. I just don't get it, man. I just
Yeah,
don't.
that's it. That's just that's how you can tell it's like there's something going on, because they like
Yeah.
one state would have one rule. What does the COVID just know that not to pass borders? Does it know not to go in, as you say, through a doorway of a shopping center or something like that? Does it now, like, is it not going to affect kids under 12 because they can, you're not meant to have you don't have to have
Yeah.
a child underneath 12 to wear a mask? It's not it's not meant to affect them. Why is it only affecting the people over 12 and up to whatever? They say it's meant to affect the old age and whatever as well. But I don't know. It seems to
Now,
me
imagine, if you will, a reality where
Imagine if you will, he says.
yeah.
Oh, imagine if you will. That was never said.
Yeah. My point exactly. A reality where, the hundreds and billions of dollars that have been spent on this vaccine was put toward social causes like homelessness and feeding the poor and buying blankets for people who are cold and helping homeless people get some type of housing and shelter
That 100 million would do a lot, wouldn't it? That 100
Oh,
million that they're
yeah.
spending on all that would do a hell of a lot.
It sure would, but that's not high priority, because the drug manufacturers who pay for everything, that doesn't help them out. So just saying, just food for thought. Just thought I'd throw it out there. Who we got here?
We've got.
Hi, guys.
You like
Hey,
my
look
photo?
who it is. CRA.
Yeah,
How dare
Canadian
you?
Republic.
How dare you?
Who in the CRA? Are they kind of like the IRA, but they're just up a bit or down a bit, or what are they?
Nah.
Who are the
Nah, we won't discuss it on here.
All right, well,
Okay.
that might get us taken down and told. Yeah, we'll do that on another show, maybe. Yeah. Hi, Lothar. Nice to meet you, man. Nice to meet you.
So if you got
Nice to
two
meet
of them, if you got two CRA guys standing side by side, are they cray cray?
Oh, great.
Very,
Probably.
very good.
But
Very
Well,
good.
here's the thing. You guys have made a lot of good points, but here's the thing.
Here's
They
the
want
thing.
to.
no.
Here's
They
the
want.
thing.
Oh, here it is.
Lotar 900 is here, so we get to hear the thing.
Mute up, guys.
All right, let's hear it.
Here's the thing,
Here's the thing.
and I'm not gonna make a big rant. I'm just gonna tell you how.
I want a Lotar 900 shirt that says "Here's the thing" on it. I would buy that, just so you know.
I'm gonna make them. Here's the thing. Now this is the strange one. They want everyone to get this phone app coming out after Christmas. That when you get immunized, you get a number.
Wait,
You're breaking up really bad, Lotar. You're you're chopping up on us real bad.
Yeah, you are. Seriously.
Is that better? That better?
I don't know.
Yes, so
Continue
far
talking.
it sounds better. Let's give
Yeah.
it a shot.
Okay. They want to get everyone to have an app on their phone after they get the vaccine. So you can go grocery shopping or go to a movie theater or go to like a hockey rink or stadium. They
Okay.
want you
Yeah.
to like, you cannot buy or sell with this without this app on your phone, right?
Okay,
Can
I'm
you
with
hear
you
me?
so far. So there's an app for your phone.
Yeah,
They want
I
you
hear you,
to
man. I hear you.
supposedly get after the first of the year, where whenever you go out and about in public, it keeps tabs on you, right? Am I with you so far?
Yes. Yep. You still have to wear the mask. Okay. And here's the thing is, this is what's stupid. And this is where I completely say it's completely fake. Where it's completely fake and it's scary. You still have to wear your mask. You still can't fly everywhere on the planet for another 2 or 3 years. Because the vaccine has to be immunized in you several times. So not just as one vaccine. It's going to be about 6 to 16 vaccines put into your body.
Can I just?
5G has
Sorry, Mike, I can't hear you. I don't know if it's breaking up a little bit.
Yeah. Every time he starts talking about the vaccine or COVID, he's
Yeah.
Sorry, just before you
You're
go on,
really
Mike,
yeah.
I'm immune.
You're
I'm exempt from wearing a mask because of my medical condition. But also, here's another thing. My friend travels back and forth all over the world, gets on airplanes not every day, but every once a week, and they've no restrictions at all. They just show them their exempt card. They show them a doctor's note, and they say nothing. Now, it seems to be in there certain places that's down to the pilot's discretion whether they want to take off or not. But no pilot is going to stop them from stop a whole flight because of one person not wearing a mask. Especially if they have a medical reason why they don't have to wear it. Another thing, I see where you're going with the app thing. I think in 10 years' time, this app that you talk about is going to be turning like this mobile phone into something what we used to have Google glasses. Do you remember Google glasses years ago? You have the Google glass on your
Yep.
on your you could see everything. So that's going to take out everyone's jobs. This whole COVID thing is going to take everyone's jobs out. 80% of the population is not going to be in work anymore, and they're going to be replaced by 3D images that are going to be projected in front of your eye in a version of Google glasses. And you're going to walk into a store like tailor-made, like an app for you. It'll all be synchronized to everything you use on your phone, or it'll have your whole history, and it'll be like Minority Report walking down to the street. It'll be able to tell you what you want. It'll be tailored every bit of everything for you. And there'll not be one person in that shop, even though it may be a fucking superstore. Do you get what I'm saying? I think that's where we could be going with the app. They already track us anyway with our mobile phones. I think they track us with our
I know
mobile
that
phones
already,
anyway,
but here's the strange thing about the new vaccine. It has to be frozen at minus 50 below or 40 below, whatever. Okay. And that's the problem also.
Yeah, you're breaking up still real bad, Lothar. We brought that point up earlier.
Every time he's just about to say an interesting word, it breaks up. So maybe you want to drop out and drop back in. It might be the connection or something like that. Maybe
can you try to like reboot your Wi-Fi or something and come back?
Just at the exact word, just as you're getting into it, just pop out of the studio and come back in, maybe, or think. It's weird because it's right at the pinnacle word. It just goes. It's weird. Yeah. Good points, though. Good points. I love the show, guys. It's great that I kept it set up. Do you know it's 5:45 in the morning, or is it? What time is it? Yeah, it's 25 to 6 in the AM.
Sister Failure, can you hang longer? Are you gonna?
I can
you
hang
need to
for
go?
a little bit. Yeah. No, I can just say it's great because I'm so awake that I can't even sleep.
Cool.
All right.
Well, listen here. Let's let the mind says. I'm sure he's got something to say. He popped in.
Yeah. What does the mind say?
Hello. Can you hear me?
What does the mind say?
Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes. Nice to meet you.
Okay.
Cool.
What did I want to say? I was wanting to say a lot of stuff you already covered, but one of the things that I haven't heard y'all mention that was also on my mind was this thing that DARPA. Well, first I wanted to say we are talking about a lot of plans and a lot of problems. And I think it is good a little bit to focus on the solutions, but I know, it can be kind of it can be kind of bad to talk about the the solutions because we are always being monitored, and they do try to always be one step ahead of people who are trying to make positive changes in the world, if the
Yeah,
people who are like trying to manipulate it.
I think that
But I just want to, okay, go ahead.
I
What
think
did
they
you want
get
to
a lot
say?
of
Sorry.
answers. I think they get a lot of answers from listening to us, though. I think they get a lot of answers. So when we answer, when we start talking about the problem, when we get the answer, because they're listening in, they get the answer before we even get to tell it to anyone else. I think, you know what I mean? Maybe. Anyway, so I didn't mean to
Yeah.
disrupt
Well,
you there.
yeah, and then
It's a good
also
point.
you got yeah, and we're just regular Joes talking. Nobody's listening to us. Now, if I was an actual doctor,
No one's
yeah,
listening to
yeah,
us at all.
yeah. If I was an actual doctor with a medical degree and I came out and I put out something that goes against the official narrative, I would be putting my
Yeah.
career at risk.
Yes, a lot of doctors have actually. A
Yeah,
lot of doctors have.
right.
Yeah, but you're
So that's a
talking
good
about.
point, mine says. Go ahead. I want to hear what you got to say. Go ahead.
I do feel like the conversations that a few of us have out in the YouTube community, like the ones we're having now, are few and far between because now most of it is just mainly for entertainment, and people want to just say what other people want to hear in order for the views or whatever. But I'm
I
saying
couldn't
that.
agree with you more, and we really try hard to avoid falling into that cliche. We want to sincerely look at the stuff, get the information, form some type of hypothesis, and then yeah, there's some entertainment value to all of this, but it's infotainment.
I've got people
Yeah.
over here doing making court stuff so they can to present the court for companies to subpoena these different companies to court so they can get these COVID rules taken out of the law. I've got teams of people like they've got not that I have, but I know people in the UK and in Ireland at the moment that are making this movement, that they're trying to find the loopholes in the law so big industries don't impact on small industries and make them have to use the same rules as everyone else. So there is a lot of people looking into how to get rid of these laws and into how to, I suppose, they call it the New World Order. Is that's what they call it? It's coming, the New World Order.
Yeah, I
To
heard the
bring in
New
all these
World Order,
laws.
the Great Reset.
Yeah,
You
I
name it. Yeah,
know.
but we keep cutting you off. The mind says,
Yeah,
and I
go
do
ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
apologize. That happens a lot around here,
That's
so we
me,
appreciate you.
especially with me because
I
I'm
do it
talking
too. I mean, we
motherfucker.
all do it. Lotar's dying to say, here's the thing, but go ahead and finish your point there. Mind says.
I wanted to just like offer one solution and then talk about and then throw out one thing that was on my mind. I think a good solution to the problem that we're facing, right now, would be to integrate back with nature, because I feel like that is one thing that we have been stripped from our culture, and they try to divide us by race, by religion, by all these things, but in reality, if we look back, we do all share one thing in common, which is that we were all an indigenous people or tribe to the land, and tribes are like, I noticed that a lot of European, I don't want to say European, a lot of, I don't know how to explain it, people with what is that mindset called? A colonistic mindset where they want to colonize everything, and like they're like capitalism is the best, and they're really against
English,
tribalism.
we call them English.
No, that's the thing. See, I don't know. I think it's more of a mindset of it. It's not limited to like one. What is it called? One
Sorry, I
dialect
just had
or
to throw
one
the
skin
English
to
in.
it.
I just had to throw that English.
Yeah, it's really more of a mindset, and I feel like trees are supposed. We can literally form a tree into a house, and I forgot what it's called exactly, but have you ever seen when a tree kind of fuses to a piece of metal and it just keeps on growing? Like a tree can grow through a fence, or it can grow through uh that's it. It could grow through it can
I'm familiar with. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, even on my own fence line here, you get those sprouts, they come up right along the fence line and they just kind of grow through and over the fence. Yeah, I know what you mean. Go ahead.
Yeah, I am working on because I've seen this guy do it. He inspired me to do it, which is making these tree houses. And yeah, it takes about 10 to 20 to 40 years, but they last for hundreds of years. We can design our own houses with trees, with living trees, and integrate technology within the tree. Because whenever I talk about going back to nature, people, they have this really mindset where it's like bipolar. They have a really bipolar mindset. They're like, oh, so you don't want technology then? You just want to live with sticks and stones and shit in the ground. And I'm just like, no, dude, we can use technology. I'm not saying technology is bad. I'm just saying how we're living now, we have lost what it means. We don't even know what natural is anymore. Like, we're so used to
Yeah, I'm with you. I preach that sometimes.
Yeah,
I preach might not be the exact right word,
me
but
too.
I know what you're saying, and I relate to it. And I mean, it's as simple as this. I mean, you have a society now that would rather stare into a look at a image of a tree on a cell phone than go
Yeah,
walk in the
mobile
woods and
phone.
look
Yeah,
at the
that's what it
trees.
is.
Yeah, yeah.
A computer
I would
screen. A
rather
computer
watch a
screen. Yeah.
video of my favorite YouTuber doing a bike trail than actually going out on the bike trail. I mean, uh, uh,
Yeah.
Hey
so
guys, am
yeah,
I still staticky or what's happening? I don't understand because I played it
No, you're
back and I'm
good.
going.
you sound way better,
Yeah,
way
Yeah.
way
better.
Hey,
better. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
you know what happened? This is stupid. Okay, this is interference. I'm charging my cell phone, and I noticed the last time I was on with someone else, and I was charging my cell phone, and it's interference with me talking on my microphone for some reason.
Huh.
Can't figure that one out because I had to charge my phone. But sorry, I just wanted
Okay,
to see if I was coming over clear.
okay, I'm gonna end it with this. I was recently watching a podcast, and they were talking about this new technology that DARPA has been working on for a while now, which is I forgot what the initials for it, but basically it means it's technology that reads our brainwaves. Like they're getting phones and they're getting these. No, I mean I think it's a phone, but no, I don't want to present something that they haven't put out yet. But I've noticed the phones doing it too. They are creating this technology where it reads your brainwaves, and they're using it for the army. DARPA just put out a thing
They
about it.
use voices. They use the voice of skull technology. They can read voice for a long time. I think they can read brainwaves. Definitely, they
Oh
can
yeah,
definitely
they can put
read brainwaves.
suggestions into your mind as to what products you may or may not want to get while you're at the store.
Subliminal voices.
They
They can
can
put voices
influence
in
your
your head.
mood, how happy or sad or anxious or
They can put
depressed or
visions in front of your
yeah.
eyes.
Yep. A lot of these FF events that have happened. If you don't know what I mean, I'm sorry. That's the closest I can get to it. The
They
person that
yeah
was the bang bang person. After the fact, they say I heard a voice and it told me to go do that right then and
yeah.
there. I was
MK
overwhelmed
Ultra
and
man, MK
compelled.
Ultra.
I felt an overwhelming compulsion to go blow that thing up. I don't know what happened. It's not like me. I've never really done anything like this before. And you know
Voice to
that
skull technology walks over a 2 or 3 mile. I think it's meant to be a 3 mile radius. I think you can do skull to voice, but I think they've been using satellites for a long time. So they can put a voice in your head, tell you exactly.
Yeah, I never really
That's
believed it.
where people always say, "Oh, we heard a voice from God." Maybe they did, but do you know what? A lot of them seem to be have went through MK Ultra programs and have been in the as you would say super soldier programs or whatever you want to call them, where we are doing Alice in Wonderland stuff. They were all truth seekers, and they seem to be the ones that go crazy.
Yeah, but that
Because
happens.
they're prone to MK Ultra.
Yeah, but that happens all the time though with certain things. I mean, there's people who, you know what I mean, there's people who do suffer from mental illness and everything else.
I do all the time. You see, that's why I
Yeah.
think I'm a little bit ahead of because
and if you're on those
I have
kind of
schizophrenia, so
drugs,
I have
and
that.
think
Yeah,
about
go
it
on.
though, guys, if you mix those kind of drugs that change your chemical balance, and
Mm-hmm.
you got the voice to
Mm-hmm.
skull technology, you're going to be more reciprocative. You're already being altered by
You're
the
going to be going
medication.
fucking nuts, man.
Yeah.
You're going to be going fucking
Yeah.
nuts. I don't know why.
Yeah, yeah, you're a prime candidate for what whatever the next mission is, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, do you want me to finish up real quick?
Yeah.
I'll finish up real quick. Okay, because then I'm gonna run because I gotta work tomorrow. Number one is they're going to have this app on your phone. Okay, so they want everyone to get an app with a number. So you're going to be tagged, licensed. This is what they want. This is what I'm not going to have. I'm not going to do. Get a vaccine. No, thank you. Listen, you got the first vaccine. Don't forget the second. And if you're over 45 or 40, there's 5 more you have to take in the whole year. It is mental what they're going to do with the human population. It's not fair. It's not going to save anybody's life. It's just a chaos, what they want to breed into us to make us all bankrupt and everything else. People right now are so angry and they're so fed up that they have no Christmas here right now that they have threatened bomb threats at the grocery stores because they are at even in certain places because people can't go Christmas shopping for their kids. A lot of people here don't have credit cards. They have cash, you know what I mean? A bit of cash or their cards. They don't want to order everything by the mail. Mail is not even showing up. The packages for people to get Christmas gifts are not even showing up. The Canada Post is holding everyone's gifts or let me just say not gifts, but just parcels. Okay, that's a little unfair. They're making people really angry where they are now going to protest.
He's cutting out. Can anybody else hear him, or is it just me?
But we're getting it though. They do want Amazon drones for fucking bringing our parcels to
I know.
Homes anyway. So they can put Amazon
That's
drones
just dumb.
with guns in them and all sorts of shit in them.
I know. And that's all I want to mention, and I'm going to let you guys go because it looks like my computer is a little fried today.
All right. Well, thanks for stopping by, Lothar, and thanks for...
Yeah, man, that was good, man. It was good. Yeah, it was good to hear you, bro. Good to meet you as well.
Okay. You guys, see you later.
All right, Lorraine, I see you popped in here. What do you have to say, if anything?
Yeah,
let's hear what you got to say.
Yes, in all those other years when we had these other famous flus, like SARS, H1N1, the bird flu, aviary flu, whatever they were called, I never knew anyone who had any of those. Right now, I know of 6 people who've gotten this. One is someone who my friend's wife knew because she works in healthcare. One is a coworker's friend who was a younger man in good health, like in his late 30s or 40s or something. 2 are 2 customers of mine who I hadn't seen in a long time, and he came in. I'd mentioned this on Dan's show, and I did it in the chat, and he got all ridiculous with me. And I'm sorry, I'm putting water in a water bottle because I'm still doing things. I hadn't seen him in a long time.
I was about to say, whoever's making all that noise, we're trying to hear the caller, but it's the caller making all the noise, so I can't really say that.
Yeah, it's me. And so, or it could be someone here. No, it's just me. Anyway.
Well, do you think just for a moment you could just it's really distracting is what I'm trying to say.
She doesn't like any noise coming from anyone. You know, earlier when System Failures was making his noise, I did my noise on purpose.
Oh,
yeah, I know. I knew that.
Yeah.
But listen, SAGI, are you listening through headphones, SAGI?
Okay, let me finish. I'd like to finish.
That's
all right,
good.
go ahead. So you so far we got this. You know several people, first-hand account.
I'm about to continue.
And
let me finish, SAGI.
I want to get some clarification real quick. Let
me finish this statement.
Shut up, SAGI. Let her speak.
All right, go ahead.
Don't tell me to shut up.
He was telling me to shut up.
I haven't seen in a while. He happened to come in and say hi, and then
you don't have to talk loud. Just talk.
And I'm just closer to the mic so you can hear me.
All right.
And so he let me know he and his wife got it, the disease, and she died in August. He got better and she died in August. A
Okay.
coworker who works in the pharmacy, her husband came down with it,
All right.
and she got it from him, probably from him. So
All
she
right.
was out for a while, and she said
Okay.
it's the worst thing she's been through,
Mm-hmm.
and she wouldn't wish it on anyone. And she did have the loss of smell and taste, and she said,
Okay.
"Thank goodness for soup," because that's what they kept eating.
Right.
And he kept, I think, going into a lodge or something that he was in to sign a book, and she didn't want him to, but he did it. And anyway, he's the one who came down with it first. So here's a case of 5 people
Uh-huh.
in my circle. One and her husband I know, a couple I know because they would come into where I work.
Uh-huh.
4 people I know, and a coworker's person she knows, and a friend in another state who knows someone. Now I don't believe it's just like any other flu because I never knew anyone who had any of those other flus. I never heard of anyone having or getting sick from it or being out from work
Well,
with that
what do
bad
you
flu.
say in any other flu? You mean the regular seasonal flu? Like you've never known anybody who's had that?
I mean, the ones I mentioned at the beginning of this call were those
Oh
other
yeah,
famous,
right. Yeah, the other
the
one, all
famous
those. Yeah,
H1N1, the SARS, the aviary flu, the Hong Kong flu, the
yeah,
bird
yeah,
flu.
yeah, yeah. I'm
The
with
ones
you
that
on
they were
that.
talking about, and
Yeah.
everyone was concerned about and getting vaccinated for, or which they were, they were
Exactly. And here's the
trying
thing,
to trying to understand what was coming. So I
Okay,
Here's
just
the
so
want you guys
thing.
to know those
yeah.
statistics. The
Here's
Well,
the
yeah,
statistics
we're not
show
bringing
that I
up
know
the
more
other
people
ones.
now who've had
Yeah.
this.
Yeah,
No,
we're
I,
talking about comparison to the seasonal flu, not all those other run-of-the-mill no-namers that came and
they
went.
were
Yeah.
yeah,
the
yeah, but
names.
those weren't.
H1N1 was the name. SARS is the name. Aviary
Yeah.
Yeah, they
bird
had
flu
names.
is the name.
Yeah, you
Those
know
aren't
what I
regular
mean, though.
flus.
But here's
Those
the
They
are
thing,
the
they
big,
they
Ed.
they
the
they
big
they come and
famous
they
ones.
All
went.
right,
Yeah,
let's
they're
get
no
them out.
longer an issue. Go ahead.
It's
But my point is, during those years when they were the issue, they were the flu of the big flu everyone was afraid of getting. I've never known anyone to get any of those flus.
Here's why you
I
haven't
know
known
6
anyone to get
people who got this one, 2 of whom have died.
Okay,
Okay?
yeah. So your
So when
takeaway is what?
my takeaway is your statistics are incorrect.
What is
Saying, well, I don't
statistics?
think it's as bad as any other flu. I think it is as bad or worse because
no, I
I
don't
know
think
more
so.
people have
I think
had
the
it,
numbers are. I think the
and
numbers
2 people have
are
I
died.
heightened.
mean, I'm not going by the 5 people you know. I'm going by the statistics that are out there for you to look at the actual death rate compared to the death rate of the seasonal flu. I haven't mentioned any of these other ones.
Can, can,
I'm
can
not
I
even
mention? Can
putting
I
them
say
in the
something?
mix. Yeah, go ahead.
Well,
Can I
if
say
I've known
something?
people who have
So
a seasonal flu, they're usually not dying from that flu either. It's just a bad flu, and
Well,
they
again,
drags on
there's
and they get better.
statistics.
Yeah.
There's statistics.
My
It's
can,
personal statistics are this thing's a lot worse and has affected more people I know. Those are my
well,
statistics
can,
oh,
Peggy.
that's
based on the
okay.
can I
evidence.
say?
Thank
Can I?
That's
Can
good
I
to
say
know.
something
Thank
to
you, Lorraine.
Lorraine?
All right.
Can
Yeah.
I say something to Lorrain? So,
Yeah, go
Lorraine, I'm
ahead,
sorry to hear
sister.
that so okay. So I'm sorry to hear that your friends have passed away as people that you know. But looking through my own research myself in the UK, and looking at a point of view where a few people that I know have passed away, a few people that my friends have known have passed away, or so. But I don't. I'm not a doctor. I don't know if they died from that or died from this. I don't. I didn't cut them down and dissect them down to the DNA level to see if they actually did have this COVID thing. I just have to take a doctor's medical word for it. Now, the thing about it is, they might be telling the truth, but we know them not to be telling the truth because they're going around lying about so many other things. So it's like the boy who cried wolf type of thing with the UK. We've seen so many cases that were reported as it, but weren't it, and were proved in court that weren't it, and were brought to court. And these cases are not being brought up in the media that people are winning cases. There's people over here trying to bring in laws that, like, I think Australia yesterday came out with a law that they're not taking the vaccine. They don't want the fucking vaccine, and they're not going to have it in their country, and that's it. And they brought out laws now that they're not bringing it in, and that's it. And a lot of
Sister
people,
Philip,
a lot of people. So go ahead. Go ahead.
do you mind if I ask Lorraine something real fast before you continue?
You go. Yeah, go ahead.
Lorraine, all of those people, did they die on a ventilator or did they die like at their house?
When the man told me his wife died, I didn't press him for questions about where she was and how many tubes were in her or anything like that. They both got sick, were sick for a while. They're retired seniors, they're in that age bracket. And so I didn't ask specifics. Now she happened to also have MS or something, some other health issue. So that might have been why she didn't pull through and he did.
I was just asking because I've noticed most people who have been reported to die from the coronavirus, what the main treatment that they put people on that that they claim to have the coronavirus, they do the ventilator thing, and when you look into induced comas, the longer they're in a coma, the less likely they are to get out. And the people they're putting in forced medical comas they're putting them in there for months. And doctors said that it's basically impossible to get them out after a certain
There's
amount of
court
time.
cases. There's court cases in Ireland at the moment about that. Some people in Ireland have brought many people to court, many companies to court. They've sued them for loss of their own family members have died under ventilators, that they told them to not put them on the ventilator, and as soon as they put them on, then they said, that they test positive for COVID, and then they die. Yeah, so a lot of cases go on through these ventilators that you speak of. So thanks for just reminding me about that. There is, if you want to look at it,
Yep.
I think you can Google it if you want. There's court cases going on about ventilators in Ireland, then bring them to court. So anyway, sorry about that. I didn't mean to interrupt you there, but
I wanted to end with, I do agree that I believe, I'm not saying I know, I'm saying I do believe that biological warfare is a thing that, quote unquote, they have been doing for a while now. And I said it already, I just think they're getting more strategic and better at, hiding the medical genocide that happens. That's it.
great. But I agree with you totally, 100%. Because the DNA, they don't say the RNA. They don't mention that it's mRNA. They just say it's RNA. And if you don't look closely, you don't see that they've actually put an extra strand on the RNA. The DNA of the DNA. RNA is the DNA of the DNA. If you know what I mean. So they don't show unless you look. So if you don't look into these things, you don't look at any further than what they tell you and whatever. That you don't see it. But the same with everything. When you see it, you can't unsee it as well. Because I know the fact that they're trying to manipulate DNA. Now that's a fact that will be stick with me, and I will use that in as many debates, or not debates, as many conversations as I can with someone if they come up against it, because they are trying to genetically do something to our DNA to benefit them, not us, to benefit them, so they can have more control over us. Because it is all division. They're trying to divide us right now. They're trying to divide us whichever way they can. It's he who wears the mask, he who doesn't wear the mask. He who doesn't wear the mask is a lot more easier to spot against he who does wear the mask. So then you target them ones who are not wearing the mask. They're easy individuals. I'm a targeted individual right now. I've had eight Facebook profiles taken down. I've had channels taken down. Just because I walk into Trafalgar Square and film it and usually show people the police brutality of the police beating people across the head with batons on the street, and they're getting the oh, look at the police force are doing great in London, they're doing that. They're beating the shit out of people. They're lucky they haven't been shot. There's people over here in the UK putting bricks, blocks, bars around all over the place, ready for a riot. That's how bad it's getting. But there's no army. You might hear it in the UK. There's army left, right, and centre over here. They're not. We don't see them. They're not going to get involved. They're waiting in the sidelines for us to attack the police officers, so they can bring in martial law. So then the whole lot is fucked. Then they can hold you down and put an injection in you, whether you say yes or no. Because I know half the population of the UK are going to say no to the injection, and there's going to be laws put in place. But if the martial law comes into place, no matter what any other laws, no matter what court cases in, we're all fucked. They can hold us down, put an injection in our arm, and do whatever the fuck they want, and that's our rights gone. It'd be an army state, and we're all fucked. But it's gonna get worse before it gets better. But the thing is, I don't think when we all expect change to happen like this, like in a minute, in a second. We expect quick change. It's not going to happen like that. The old boss is going to be the new boss is going to be the exact same as the old boss. No matter who comes in or what change it is going to be, it's going to be to their agenda no matter what happens, because they are the top of the table, the top of the tier, the top of the pyramid, whatever you want to call them. All we are to them is a number and a fucking piece of meat, I think.
I mean,
Maybe.
I would like to say to that, I feel like everything literally is going according to plan. Like everything that is happening has been foretold and it's been dreamt, and we have been warned a long time ago.
Prophesize, definitely prophesize. Yeah, definitely. Even Nostradamus spoke about it as well. You know, about a lot of stuff. But here's another thing: we seem to be playing along what happens in the Bible. They seem to be using the Bible as a playbook. Like we all think that, you know, the four horsemen of the apocalypse might come down and end it all any minute, or God might appear, or Jesus might come back, or whatever. That's not going to happen. That's all their fake fear. Oh, here's the reason why I think that's not going to happen, because I look at a sin as something that I was told that's bad. Okay, now if I didn't know it was bad to say fuck or it was a sin, I wouldn't be bothered about saying fuck. But every time I say fuck or shit or bollocks or say a bad lie or whatever, or do something bad, because someone told me it's a sin and you're not going to get into heaven for doing that. If I didn't know that, I would have gone into heaven anyway. So why are they making me feel guilty and feel like I'm not going to go to somewhere I'm going to go to anyway? So it's all about derogatory terms, bringing you down, making you feel bad about you, whatever you do. You get up in the morning, you scratch your ass, you feel bad about it. Do you know what I mean? That's what they want you to do. And then you go to a church and you give them money. You give them as much as they want, and they're the richest people in the world. Why don't they go out and put 150 million into homelessness? You don't see them doing that. They don't open their churches for the homeless people at night. Some people do. Some local people do, but not the mainstream do. Most of the books with all the real history are in the bottom of the Vatican. Why do they have all the power?
Yeah, it's true. I agree.
I don't want to go on any religion. I'm not striking on any religion. But they all religions. I call them, how would you say, tribes. They all seem to have a lot of money, and they don't want to, give it back. But then they're not at the top tier either, because someone has to be controlling all of them as well.
It sounds like I'm correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you don't really believe in God, or do you believe in God, or yes?
No, I do.
I'm
an Irish Catholic, man. I'm Irish Catholic. I'd be brought up an Irish Catholic. To me, I'm not a Catholic. I'm a Christian. Is that what you call it? I follow my belief that I believe that something made us, and something might be trying to tell us that something's going on. But I think supernatural, because I'm highly Mandela affected. I'm also believing a UFO and all that kind of stuff. But I do believe in God, but I don't believe it's the God that they say it is, if you know what I mean. He's not. He doesn't have a big beard. He lives in the clouds or anything like that. I don't think so.
I think you're on to something there. You know what? There's some synchronicity here, because I was sitting here thinking earlier today about what's going on in the world today. Mm-hmm. It's all a part of God's plan, and I think
yes, of course, it's playing out the exact way He wants it to.
Hold on, system. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I think that all the stuff that it says in the Bible about Revelations is not exactly what people think it is going to be, like the horns that are blown and the four horsemen coming down from the sky and all that. God is going, in His plan, everything's going to happen naturally, like it's going to happen within nature. And the angels that are blowing horns is more like corporations. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you. I get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're going with that. Yeah,
natural, because we are all given free will, and God's not going to interfere with that free will. But
it's a modern twist on it. Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Here's the thing. His plan is such a way that it won't interfere with free will. But everything's going to happen according to plan, no matter what we as humans do or what we don't do. You see what I'm saying? It's all going.
Do you think we're just here along for the? We're only along for the ride, as Bill Hicks said. It's all a part of God's plan. We're just here along here to enjoy the ride.
We have a choice to choose between.
I'm not saying that God can't cause things to happen naturally. If he wanted to wipe us all
they're
out,
trying to take away our free will, though. They're trying to take our free will away from us. I
He,
think maybe.
I
hey, bro,
understand.
Saji said he's backstage, and if you could put him in the
I get that. I'm gonna let him in here just a minute. I just want to
I'm not
finish
sure.
this because I know if he's in there, I won't be able to. But I think that, like, here's the thing, like, we're all given free will, and we're all, like, if God wanted to, he could do it supernaturally. Like, he could just snap his fingers, take care of it all, bring in the new earth, destroy all the evil on his own. But he wants to use humans to do it through humans in order to expose the evil, which is all in his plan. He's going to expose the evil, and then all of his armies are going to fight the evil. But his armies are not necessarily supernatural angels. His armies could be us. You know what I'm saying now? You know where I'm getting at?
I think we're definitely supernaturally affected. I think he's gonna use.
Yeah, I get you. I get you. Do you know?
No,
do you ever hear the
let-
theory
let
that
you
we
know.
could be we could be God we could be gods that we gave ourselves a tablet to forget we're gods. We get down to enjoy the human experience, and when we died and we end up jumping off this mortal realm, we'll become gods again. Realize we're actually immortal. We come back down for some more fun. Now, listen, it's like
Let me
6 o'clock in the morning.
come in. I've been out for a minute. I want to
go.
I want to try to catch up with what you said earlier, System Failure, and then what Hebrew just said. I about when you were talking about the police brutality and the lockdowns and all of that.
6:06 in the morning, guys. It's 6:06 in the morning. For fuck's sake, there's synchronicity for you. There you go.
There you go. So I think that it is serious business. I think we like to talk tongue in cheek. We like to try to joke around a little bit, and it is a serious business. Not only when I say serious business, I don't just mean the virus. The virus is serious business. Even though the worldwide death rate isn't much higher than the seasonal flu, it's serious business because of the reaction of all the people
It's
that
all,
are being
It's all serious.
of all the oppression that has taken place, the censorship that has taken place, the police brutality that has taken place, the people fighting back this is all playing out, and it's playing out, and it's not going it's not it's not something we can just take lightly. And right now we have a voice. We're here on this platform and we're able to talk about it. But this platform and this voice, it might not last much longer. YouTube could shut this channel down just like they are any other channel. And slowly but surely, you're seeing anybody who's trying to have a voice get eliminated. And slowly but surely, you're finding less and less sources of anything but fluff and stuff, unless you're willing and are able to go to these alternate platforms like D Live or whatever the other ones are called. I can't even think of them right now.
D Live, it's good one to go.
Yeah, but like if you do a Google search right now on anything that's related to any of these topics that we're talking about, the stuff that pertains to the truth is not going to be in the first 5 pages of links that get displayed to you on Google. If you don't go to like a DuckDuckGo or a Firefox,
you have to look down. You have to look down the rabbit hole. You have to look deep into this rabbit hole. All right.
They're only going
to D Live. How come you're not on D Live? How come you're not on D Live, Hebrew? And SAGI as well. How come you don't do D Live?
Oh, we've discussed it. We just haven't actually started doing it yet.
Well,
but
if you use Restream rather than say whatever this one with your streamer, if you use Restream, you can stream on 4 things at the one time. And you don't have to pay for it either. Which is quite good. I know you.
And I agree.
Pay for the subscription. So go ahead.
Yeah. I'm with you. I hear you. And we can talk more about that for sure.
Yeah, another time. Listen, it's 6 o'clock in the morning, guys. I want
all right, thank you, Sister Failure, for stopping by.
One thing I want to ask you before I go, and just a brain twister. It was really nice to meet everyone. Lorraine, I think she just jumped out there. But it was really nice to meet everyone. Before I go, if you were now, you might have heard this question last night, SAGI. If this is going to be a head scratcher, if you were all knowing, all-knowing person or an all-knowing God or whatever, would you be able to make up another question to figure out the answer to? Because if you knew the answer in the first place, what would be the purpose of making out a question to know the answer to? Would you confuse yourself enough that you forgot the answer, and the journey to the answer again would be such exhilarating? Or would you, all knowing, just say fuck it, not ask anything of anything ever again, close your eyes and go to sleep? Do you know what I mean? Do you get what I'm saying
Yeah,
to you? If you know
I do get
everything,
what you're
what's the point?
saying.
That was just, it
And
was a
you
weird
know,
one we came up
here's
across last night. That's all. It was a paradox. I thought it was a paradox. Oh, okay.
yeah, it is a
Let's look at that.
paradox in the sense. But here,
Yeah.
here when the way I logically like want to like respond to that, I guess,
Mm.
is if I'm all knowing, then I'm no longer asking questions and getting answers.
Yeah, yeah.
Now I'm just on a
Having fun.
philosophy level. Yeah, now it's
I'm
just
having fun. Yeah.
philosophy. Oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
just philosophical at this point.
Yeah.
Now
Yeah.
you're going to create certain certain happenstances or create a scenario and then to witness how it will play out.
I
So
know.
you
Yeah. No.
might be all knowing,
You've
but
been
you
just witnessing
still
your own creation. Which
yeah
is what
yeah
you've been
yeah,
doing.
but you still have to
You just.
play within the perimeters and see what different outcomes
Yeah, I
come.
know, I know. It was just an interesting question. I thought, Jesus, that's a bit
Yeah.
of a head scratcher. Where did that come from? Would I be even bothered of even asking myself a question? Would I give myself a tablet and make myself forget everything for a minute so I could just try to rechase that dream of finding the answer? You know, that also goes on the God theory as well. If we could forget ourselves, we are gods or whatever. If you feel like that, you know, I don't say you feel like, but people have that thing where there is
Can you
a
hear me?
theory where you believe you're a fallen god or a fallen angel. You forgot everything when you hit the earth, and then when you jump off again, you remember actually you're born to come back down for more. You know, sins of the flesh and all that. We're all addicted to whatever. We're just people that are down here for that because we love the old flesh and all that. No, I don't think we do. I think we're more spiritual.
You know,
Like
in the last 30, you have you ever thought about like doing an auction?
Like go really, really fast. And we're coming around here,
Yeah,
so come
because
on.
you say so many words per second. Yeah,
And the
yeah.
50 pound, 50 pound, and it coming out. Hebrew, 100 pound, 100 pound, 100 pound, 100 pound, 100 pound, and oh, this is the vendor two, this is the vendor two, come around the
I
corner.
think you would. I think you would be really good at it. I think you missed your calling
Man, it's
because you.
6:30 in the fucking morning, man. I'm fucking wide awake. Let me go to sleep, guys. I love you
System
guys.
failure.
I love you guys, lads. I love yous. Sorry, go ahead,
System
sir.
failure. I wanted to say I don't think we are gods because
No,
that's
we're not
like.
gods. No, it's just a theory. It's just a theory. It's just a
But I
theory
do think
of
we are a
why
part
we
of.
forgot.
I do
Oh
think we
yes,
are a part of.
we're connected. We're connected to them definitely. We're definitely connected. But I think some I believe that there's a source. So whether you want to call it God, but wherever we come from one place and one place alone, and whatever filters we come through to where we are right now, could consist of all sorts of shit. So say for instance, when Jesus came down here, he wasn't a Catholic, he wasn't a Protestant, he wasn't a Jew, he wasn't a this, he wasn't a that. He was a person. Like all of us, we're all pieces. We're not put down here on this planet just to be one. You know.
Hey, system
Go ahead.
failure. I
Yeah,
love you, man, but
I love you
you're
too.
just you're
I'm
not
going
giving
off on one. I'm
anybody
going
else a
off one.
chance to talk. Yeah,
I
you're
know.
going on
I'm
and
gonna
on
get
and
out
on.
of here, but I'm gonna get out of here, brother, because it's 6:30, brother. I may go and just get some sleep. Thank you so much,
All right.
guys. I love you all. Let's do a
Hey,
show
thanks for
together
being
soon.
on, brother.
It was really great pleasure to meet you, mine says, Lorraine and Lothar and everyone else in the chat as well. I love you
It's nice
guys.
to meet you too.
Thanks for
Bye.
coming on, system failure. Really
Bye.
appreciate it.
You're very
Hebrew, what
welcome,
you were
guys.
saying.
Anytime.
Yes, and what you were saying earlier, Hebrew. I again with him having like um us regular people being part of the problem. I think you're onto something there. I think that you're really onto something. The mind says it's just you, me, and Hebrew now. If you kind of got the
Yeah, we can have a decent conversation.
yeah, we can all take a breath.
Let,
Yeah.
let me
All
just
right.
say this before mine says anything.
Yeah, go ahead.
What Lorraine was talking about, those other flus never made it to the United States. So that's
Some of them didn't. And
so that's why that's why you didn't see many people die from them.
Right,
'Cause
and they
they
were
never
never
even,
quote unquote a real pandemic either. They were just
yeah.
they were just they were just things that kind of they were basically early examples of how the media can over make blow things out of proportion, because there were a few people who supposedly got sick from it, and the media made it a big scare. This
At
is
one
where
point,
this was their big dog and pony show, the one we're experiencing right now, though.
I want to I want to express is I want to correct a few things that System Failure said. It's like
And there was so much there. Where do you start? Go ahead.
God is not a part of all of us. God created all of us to be his children. We're his children. We are not a part of God. We are not our own gods. And I understand kind of where he's coming from that, and it is an interesting hypothesis.
Yeah, I don't think it's
But
something he buys into. He was just throwing it out there for
right,
argument's sake. Yeah.
right. But I'm just saying how much I disagree with that. That's all.
Yeah, I disagree with it as well. Mine says, what are your thoughts, if any, on all this stuff this being said?
Everything, or like the specific thing you're talking about.
Anything that just, that's at the top of
Well,
your mind.
what I wanted to say was, I'm not sure if I said it here or somewhere else, but I definitely feel like what they're doing here is definitely intentional, which is like, they're doing things so deliberately, like things that are so obvious. They're doing it deliberately to weed out those who can see, so that they can control those that don't. And have I said that here before already?
No, I don't remember you saying that before, but doesn't mean you haven't. I just might not remember it. But keep going.
And that's that. Yeah, I do feel like that right now is one of the main problems. Is what is that word called? Social conformity. You know what that is?
Oh yeah, I
Or
see it every day. But if you're at the store and everybody's got a mask on, they're socially conforming, right?
yeah, and then the appeal to authority, social conformity, appeal to authority. That's what they're trying to weed out anybody who isn't falling in those two categories.
Oh
And
yeah, and they tell us from day one, conformity is rewarded. You sit at your desk and you raise your hand before you speak. You get a pass to go to the bathroom. In grade school, that's all versions of teaching you how to conform, right? And then you get a job. The guy who has perfect attendance, uh, always backs the corporate policy, and does everything that the culture there is expecting of you, then that's the guy who gets promoted. I mean, examples go on and on and on and on.
yeah, Hebrew, did I hear you correctly? You said you don't believe we are a part of God? Did I
Yeah,
understand
I
that correctly?
well, I mean, God created us. Sorry, sorry. No, I don't. How can I put this? I don't think that we are a part of God, like we're an extension of God.
Like
I
our
know,
soul? You don't think our soul is a part of God? Like
I know
the
that
consciousness inside of us?
no, and the
What?
reason why.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Let me explain why I think this, and this is just my opinion. I think that God created us all as individuals to all be unique, and that's why I think that. And I think that each one of us has a soul, and that soul was created specifically for us, for that individual person. And if we were all part of God, we would be all pretty much the same as individuals, is what I think. And also, even though it says we were made in his image, we don't know what that image is. Like, it could be the flesh image is what a lot of people think about when they think about image. But when they say he created us, he created our souls. And our souls is what our real image is. Our bodies were created by our mom and dad. God gave us the gift of creation, and
And free will.
mm-hmm, that was all part of it, and that's why. Are we a part of God? Maybe at first, until our souls are separated and then brought down to an earth, and then we are separated from God.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of, so yeah, I guess we kind of are, but kind of aren't. You know what I'm saying?
Well, for the moment, I guess, yeah, we're not really as a part of God as we can be. But when I've heard the scripture that says all things that come from God will return to Him, I thought of, my own soul, and I did feel like, but it doesn't matter that much. We're just going off into like, what we think, I guess. But it's not bad talking about God, as long as we're not arguing about Him.
No, I'm saying is,
No. Well, we value perspective here,
Mhm.
even if it's not how we feel, or we don't 100% agree. We still, we
Oh,
can
yeah.
consider other information. I mean, I don't necessarily agree with a lot of people a lot of the time, but I still want to hear what you got to say.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna end it. I mean, I'm gonna say this, and then y'all could say whatever you want. I wanted to talk to Hebrew, and dang it, Armored Up, about kind of around this subject.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. I thought it was you. It wasn't John from America that called earlier. It was you, right? That on Tuesday.
He is John from America.
yeah, I am John from
Oh,
America.
okay. You're the same person. You're one and the same. You duped me. I feel. I feel so. I feel. Okay. I digress. Go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate. I'd rather be like under the radar than somebody be like, oh, I really want to hear what you have to say. And I mean, I do know you want to hear what I have to say, but I mean,
Oh, yeah.
when people are too like invested in my opinion or want to hear my thoughts, I feel like I don't want to share them or something. But so
All right.
it's fine.
When you feel like they're prying, trying to pull information out of you. Yeah, I hear you. I can see, and that all of a sudden gives you a conspiratorial feeling. Like, why do they want to know what I think? What is their hidden agenda? Right. I hear you. I can see how you might go there.
Okay, so I was gonna say, also what made me believe that we are a part of God and that God is literally in everything and everywhere,
Mhm.
because I have argued with my pastor about the fact that I feel like God is everywhere and He is everything and He is beyond. He's not just this. God
Right.
is the Alpha and the Omega. He's the beginning and the end, and that encompasses everything and even beyond everything. It encompasses everything that is not, everything that was and is to be. And but but for some reason, when people hear the Alpha and the Omega, they don't perceive. I have a different perception of what that means than most people. I perceive it as, because people will point to that scripture. They'll say, "Well, God is, God created this world. He is not." I forgot, Hebrew. You said it earlier, something along the lines of He created everything, but He is not a part of everything. I think it's a scripture somewhere
He's
that
not
says.
of this world. In other words, Armor would probably talk about this too if you asked him. The question is like, Satan controls the earth. You know what I'm saying? And like, God created the earth, but it became Satan's. He definitely has control about what goes on. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying like, this is not his world. His world is in the kingdom of heaven. Heaven is his domain, is his world, is his, that's where he sits, in the kingdom of heaven. And I think that once we all, like, as humans, that's what I meant to say. As humans, we're not a part of God. Now, our souls, definitely, I believe that. But as humans, we are flawed and we are separated from God. And it isn't until we go back to God, like if a person is reborn, You know what I'm saying? Like if you're reborn, then you find your way back to God in a way.
Yeah, I agree. I can agree with that for sure.
But
I mean I don't normally even chime in on these kind of subjects, but I think that's really the ultimate journey here. That's why we come down here in these little meat suits, and it's to find our way back. I mean, I honestly believe that's ultimately the goal. Do you guys disagree?
I agree. Uh, it reminds me of a story in the Bible that is no longer there that actually made me believe in God, or not in God, in Jesus. Because for a long time I didn't like the concept of me, you know, be sacrificing my life in order for somebody
that's
else.
another thing. Go ahead, but I got something to add to that. Go ahead.
It always angered me because as a child I was, abused by my mother. She used to do crack, and
Man.
she would read the Bible to me as well.
Mhm.
And I when I heard the Bible read to me, she would read like Job. That was one of the first things that I really related to, and and then Proverbs. Those were the two books that really stuck with me in my childhood. And I felt like when my mom read the Bible to me, I felt like there was like an ancient wise wizard telling me like these secrets, and I could when I heard those words,
Is
I
that you,
felt.
Hebrew?
No, I'm not doing anything.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
sorry, that was me. I was typing. Uh, wait, was it? Did you hear clicking?
Yeah, it sounds like a bunch of tapping and clicking and
Man, you are
jostling.
very no
Well, headphones, man, they pick up every little detail.
I'm telling
If a gnat farted in your kitchen, I'd hear it.
you.
Okay, what was I saying?
Oh, I'm
My
sorry.
mom read me the Bible, and I could really relate to it. But when it came to the part where I had to forgive those who hurt me, it really made me angry
Mm-hmm.
because I was like, how am I supposed to protect the ones I love by letting them continue to hurt the ones I love? And where am I going with this? I'm getting lost. What were we talking about? I'm getting
Well,
lost.
you were telling us how your mom used to read you the Bible, and that
What
you would hear a wizard telling you the secrets.
yeah, that was definitely. Dang it. What was the conversation we were having right before I started sharing my life story? I can't.
Oh, but
I
it,
literally lost it myself.
you were
Well,
talking
basically,
about,
yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, you were talking about us all being a part of God, and then I went into how I think that this is
Oh yeah,
God's world that He created it, but
I don't know.
it's not of His world. And the reason why I said that right away, I want to elaborate real quick before you go into your stuff, is that in the scriptures it says that Jesus told that one dude because he asked him, "Are you the king?" or something like that. I'm paraphrasing, and he says, "If I was king," I said, "I am not king of this world, for my kingdom is not of this world. If it were, all of you guys would be pretty much in trouble." You know what I mean? So that's where I got the idea that God is not God of he does not rule this. This is not his world. His world is in the kingdom of heaven where he resides.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I
That's
remember
where
where I
that's
was
where I'm
going. Yeah,
coming from, man. You know.
that yeah. What I was talking about was Jesus and what made me believe in him, and
Mhm.
it was a story that I can't find in the Bible no more, but I remember it as a child, and it goes basically it goes along the lines of there was God needed somebody to come down. There was a prophecy in heaven that somebody was going to come down and there were and break the last seal that needed to be broken in heaven because there was a seal in heaven and nobody wanted to be the lamb. They had to be the sacrifice
Hmm.
for the world. and Jesus out of all the angels, out of all the people in heaven. Yeah, I guess it was the angels or all the saints, whatever was up there, because Jesus isn't an angel, right? Like I don't think
No.
Jesus is an angel. Yeah,
Son,
angels are like
son
some
of
kind
God,
of
right?
yeah, yeah. I know there's a difference between the children of God and then angels, or I believe that there's a difference between the two, because they describe angels to look completely different. But even if you hear the description of the lamb in heaven, it sounds pretty weird. Like it has, I don't know how many horns and how many eyes. It's like cut open. I don't know if that's also still in the Bible or not, but uh, from my memory, I remember Jesus was the only one who was willing to
Hmm.
sacrifice his life, and nobody else wanted to do it because they were like, they don't deserve it. I'm not going to go down there and sacrifice myself for them because they don't deserve it. But if you really love, sacrifice is part of love, and that made me understand. Along with the story of Job, like it takes sacrifice. If you really say you feel this way, well, God's gonna test you, and that story made it more easier for me to believe in God in Jesus. Out of all the stories I heard,
Hmm.
that story really really kind of stuck with me. And something you said about the kingdom of heaven reminded me of that story. I'm not even trying to talk about if this is God's
You're
kind of
not really trying to disagree or anything. You're
yeah.
just trying to give us your perspective, which is great. That's what we want you to do. Hebrew, what are your what do you got to say about anything, if anything? I pretty much have said everything I need to say at this point. It's all you, my friend.
Well, you see, Jesus was set down here uh, to show the world, what God was. And if you read the scripture, and it says somewhere, I'm not a Bible dude. I'm not a big Bible dude, but I do know some things. Some things that I do know I will talk about. So here's the deal. So like it says like Jesus didn't want to be sacrificed. Like he asked God several times like, Father, please, if there's any other way, can we do this? And of course God said no, that you have to be sacrificed for this world. And part of the reason, and Armor always tells me that a lot of people get this wrong when they say that he died for our sins, and he did die for our sins. That was part of the reason, but there was much more reasons for that. And another one of the big reasons is God could not stand people sacrificing animals and humans no more. He couldn't stand the smell of the blood. And he said, why do you think that I want you to sacrifice animals? I can't even stand the smell of the blood. I no longer want you sacrificing animals no more. And so Jesus, in a way, was sort of sent here as a sacrifice. So we'd have to stop sacrificing all animals and stuff like that. But that goes much deeper than that also. It's not just about that. So, the Christian reason, the reason that all just the generic reason that all Christians give is because he died for our sins, and that is part of it. That is a big part of it, but it isn't the only reason. Is from what I'm told. You know
Well,
what I'm saying?
from what Jesus, or I don't even like saying Jesus, because okay, this is what I wanted to ask
Joshua.
and I will say it to you here right now.
Mhm.
I was reading the Bible, or no, I wasn't reading it. My mom reads me the Bible most of the time because I'm not that good of a reader, so I have the
Mhm.
Bible read to me. And from what I, from my understanding, dang it, I forgot what the heck we're talking about.
Oh, it happens to the best of us, man. Don't feel bad. If I had
Cool.
a nickel for every time
Oh
I got
man.
started on a tangent and halfway through was like, well, what was I even trying to say?
Yeah, what were you saying, Hebrew? About Jesus. Okay,
Yeah.
the name of Jesus, from what I can
Mhm.
recall, when the angel came down to speak to Mary, what did he say? The child's name was going to be in her stomach.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Me and Armor talked about this one night. Um, Initially, the angel told Mary to name him Yahshua, and for some reason, and nobody really knows this reason. I have no idea, but instead of calling him Yahshua, she named him Jesus for some reason.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. I, I mean, I know the Bible is a very spiritual thing, and it says it, and it is true. Like, if you're gonna try to look at this at spiritual things with worldly eyes, then you're not gonna get that far. It's gonna kind of not even make sense. Uh,
Mhm.
but but there is still, God is a God of order, and He does want us to understand what He's trying to say. And basically, I do try to understand as much as possible, and I do feel like I kind of don't lean on my understanding. Like, if I don't understand something, I won't try to draw my own conclusions and be like, "Whoa, I think he's trying to say this." I will literally be like, "I have no idea what he's
Mhm.
talking about." Because when we search for the truth, we're supposed to search with our heart. Like, if we're trying to
Yep.
search for God's truths, you do it with your heart, not with your mind.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yes.
You're
So I try
absolutely
to,
right, man. And that's what somebody told me. Is that when go with what you know and say what you know, and if you don't know it, don't say it. And that's exactly why I don't like to elaborate too much, because I don't know a whole lot about it, but I will tell you some of the things that I am sure of, that I do know, and that's all I'll talk about, because I don't want to sound blasphemous or make myself sound like an idiot or something. you
And
know
I'm the same way. Like I
yeah.
mean, I believe that we all have a moral built into us, our own moral compass. We know what's right and what's wrong, but I also know that I know very little about religion, very little about the Bible. Yeah, I mean, I've read through it a little bit, and I can appreciate it for what it is. But am I knowledgeable? Am I well versed? Am I a expert on biblical things? By no stretch of the imagination. So I would be it's not my wheelhouse as far as being an expert on the subject, but I have my own opinion. It's my opinion. It's for me to have for
Mhm.
myself. I'm not going to ever be on a live stream or anything like that trying to convert anybody or say somebody needs to believe it this way or that way, because that's not that's I know I don't know enough about it to even try to go there, but I
Oh yeah.
do I do like to hear conversations, and I enjoy hearing different perspectives, and my mind is open to new information always, to be about religion or anything else for that matter. And and it's important that we're able to even get on here and have these kind of conversations, to me. And that's really all I got to say about that.
And you know what? The thing about what we were talking about earlier with the whole um revelations talk, it to me, in my opinion, God's got all of this. Like all of this, like he says, all knowing and stuff, like System Failure said, yeah, God is all knowing and he knows what's going to happen from the beginning to the end. Like you said, and the omega and the alfalfa. I mean,
yeah.
alfalfa, the alpha, the alpha and omega. So he has everything all planned out from beginning to end. And we can use the whole Donald Trump thing as an example. Maybe all of this stuff was supposed to happen to Trump. Maybe he was supposed to lose the second term so that all the corruption and evil can be exposed. I mean, look, man, it's all going to happen. Joe Biden's going to slip up and he's going to expose the corruption one way or the other. Like it's already starting to happen. I mean, you look
I
at his
couldn't agree
whole.
with you more, Hebrew. I totally
No,
agree
no,
with
no,
you
hold
on
on.
that point.
Huh? What'd you say?
I agree with you 100%.
I mean, look what's already happening with his son and everything that's coming out with his son. That's just one little example. There's going to be all kinds of stuff coming from it. And I do believe that all of this, all of it is in God's hands or in his plans. And like I said, could he do this supernaturally? Absolutely, he could. But he, from the very beginning, has allowed us to see things naturally. The all of the what do you call it? Like when we ask for something, like let's say I ask for my bills to be paid. You know, he's not going to make money magically fall from the sky into my hand. But what he would do is have somebody, like I'm standing in line in the grocery store and I don't have enough to pay my groceries, somebody behind me would offer to pay for them. And I've had that happen to me more than once. So that's how, sort of, in my opinion, now this is all just my opinion, that's sort of how God works through nature. Like he doesn't let us know that he's actually doing something when he really is. And I think that's how the whole end of the world scenario is going to go down. It's not going to be angels blowing their horns or the mark of the beast. Like we talked about the mark of the beast in grand depth the other night with armor. And the beast, to me, in my opinion, is the machine, is the government. It's the order of the world, the one world order, you know, that's the beast. And the mark that we all have, we already have a mark. We already have serial numbers. Excuse me. And if you look it up, we're all part of a corporation when we're born. Like we're all individual corporations and we are all born with numbers. So that's the numbers they talk about.
Yeah, it's the red number on the back of your, or somewhere on your birth certificate. It's your stock exchange number, which is crazy. And I agree with you a lot, Hebrew, in the sense that, yeah, even if like, yeah, since Donald Trump has came into presidency, look at how much more people realize how fake the news is. Look how much more people realize how corrupt our government is. Look how many more people realize how much big tech censors the voices it doesn't want to be heard. I mean, there's so much that has been exposed already that you can't take that. Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
No.
And I mean, a lot of the stuff that we talk about now that's been proven to be real used to be quote unquote, oh, those darn tinfoil hat conspiracy guys. They're just trying to make you think that the government's corrupt, that the media censors their opinions, that the UFOs aren't going to land on the White House lawn. Well, maybe they don't show up on the White House lawn, but there's something going on here. And a lot of people a lot more people are starting to take notice than ever took notice before, and that can't be a bad thing.
And the other thing is, real quick, before I end the topic here, is that if you notice, not only is our presidency stuff, our democracy getting exposed, but look at the world order that's going on. Look at what's happening with the Pope. The Pope now is getting exposed for being a leftist, and he's being criticized and he's being taken down. Now, you know, I know the Vatican has been having its issues for years and years and years, but you know, all of that's being taken down and everything's getting stranger and stranger with the organized religion. And look how much organized religion is being exposed as well. Not just Catholics, but the Catholics, the Protestants, the televangelists, all of those guys, you know, all that one evil guy. Who's the one evil guy with the crazy eyes? The televangelist that looks like a lizard guy. He's getting exposed too.
I can't think of his name now, but I know who you're talking.
What's
the
that?
only guy I know is Joe Osteen. That's the only.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's a different guy, the COVID-19 guy. I can't think of his name.
That guy. Yeah, it's not Joe Steen, although Joe Steen is part of it.
Yeah, he's definitely one of them.
Yeah.
And the sad thing is, I actually kind of used to like him when I first the very first time I ever saw him, like on TV. I was like, hey, this guy's kind of like a bridge for people who really aren't super into church, but want to get, some positive spiritual message. He's kind of like a watered down Kool-Aid version. But the more you realize, the more you listen, the more you realize he's just giving you confirmation bias, trying to tell you a happy story, and here's the address to send me some money.
Back in 2012, I was staying in a Christian home for like drug addicts, and that's like part of their missions to help drug addicts because the founder was a drug addict, and basically they were talking. This guy was pulled me aside and started telling me kind of basically about the Mandela effect, but he was saying it was different Earths and that the church knows about it, but they can't tell people. And I thought he was crazy, but after 2016 happened, I was like, holy, he did know he knew something, and I went back to the church, and yeah, it was like a flip flop. It was like everybody, the church just got, it was straight up corrupted, but I was like, I don't know. I was like, is this another reality, or I don't know. I don't want to start getting into that thing because it's always real
Yeah,
speculative.
that's a whole nother subject for a whole
Yeah.
nother show, my friend.
What
Uh,
time?
but we can have you on some other time and we can talk about it. But that's
I don't really
definitely
like talking
something.
about the things too much
Yeah, yeah,
because
I hear you. But but you did say Mandela effect, so I wanted so bad to come in and say Mandela effect.
Mandela effect.
yeah, it's such an
Man,
old word now, right? Like 2016. I hated the word from the beginning. I was like, that's not what that's a psyop. That's not
yeah,
what really is going on, and that's not the true origin of the mandala. Is the creation of reality, which has to do with circles, and it's
yes. There's a statue tribute to the god Mandala, which
what?
is
I don't know
different.
who that is. What are you
Yeah,
talking about?
it's a circle, a sitting circle, and
Oh,
it's got
okay.
all. Yeah, it's like it's made out of stone and it's statues. Have you seen this thing? Have you ever?
Never
We
heard of
shared
it.
it a long time ago. Type in mandala circle statue or something on Google, you'll find it.
I'll
And
look it up.
Hmm?
we've talked about it before, Hebrew. It's been a long time ago. We've been doing this live stream for a long time. It's hard to remember everything, but I do remember when I brought it up on Dan's show, even, and he looked at it. But that was
You
a long.
did?
What do you mean? Yes, I actually did.
Huh.
Uh, but let's give this room a final shout out. What do you say?
Well, wait just 1 minute. I want to close up on something on the Mind Says here. Uh,
Okay, go ahead.
Mine says we would like to have you on again sometime. You talk some really good stuff. I would like to wait for it to be a time when Armor can be on here so he knows a lot more about this stuff than we do. I'm just kind of spinning on the top of my head from what I remember stuff he was teaching me, and some of the personal thoughts I had. And I was actually thinking about this whole end of the world thing earlier. Like, that's weird that you guys brought it up because I actually was thinking about it. And oh yeah, Vinny Barbarino. Hey, Vinny Barbarino. He says Kenneth Copeland. That's who we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, Kenneth Copeland. Yeah,
Yeah,
keep trying to show up on Shifty Sunday. You're going to catch
yeah.
him. I'm sure he'll be back next week, and we would like to have you on at the same time as him, so you guys can so you can bounce your ideas and thoughts off of him. He's a little bit more knowledgeable on those kind of things. I can chime in for like 2 cents worth, and Hebrew's probably got at least a nickel's worth, but
Yeah.
Armor's $1.50. You know what I'm saying? So.
Yeah,
Uh,
All right, well, it was nice talking to you. I will finish listening on YouTube.
All right. Well, thank you again for stopping by, and hope you can make it again next week. Thanks again, mine
All right,
says, and
I'll
John
see y'all
from
later.
America.
Okay, bye.
thank you. All right, cool. So yeah, that was very interesting talks from him and from System Failure.
Oh yeah, even Lotar, Lorraine. I mean, I appreciate
Yeah.
everybody who takes the time and effort to come on and voice their opinion. And I don't mean any disrespect to Lorraine if it came off that way. It's just I get that it's hard to argue with personal information. Like if you personally know people, you're going to form a strong opinion off of your personal experiences. Those are going to resonate with you more than anything and that the media tries to tell you. So I could totally understand her perspective on that. But I guess the counter argument, if there is one, is that with when you have a larger piece of the pie, larger group of data, and you're looking at a bigger picture from further away, it's I guess a better sample size, you might say, for getting accurate, an accurate feel of what's really going on. But there's nothing you can take away from personal experience and actually
Absolutely
knowing
not.
people. Yeah.
Absolutely
So
not. But
I totally get what she's trying to say there, and that's all I got to say about that.
but look, here's the thing. Most of the people she mentioned on there were in their 60s or they were in their 70s. She mentioned that they were retired and all this. And yeah, and I understand where she's coming from because that is the demographic for who's been dying from COVID-19. So, unfortunately, those are the only people that she mentioned that had died from it that were in that exact demographic who are going to die from it. So if that's all oh, come on, 30s and 40s. I thought you said they were retired, Lorraine. Now you're changing your story. All right, let's give this
I
room.
don't think she ever actually mentioned their ages one way or the other, but that's
I thought
really
she did.
beside. Yeah, that's really beside the point.
I thought
The
she did.
point is, yeah. So, but you know what? It's still it's hard to. I mean, here, let me give you an example. When I was a kid, my dad used to get drunk, and when he would get drunk, he would get belligerent with me. Sometimes smack me around a little bit. Okay, so I assumed that everybody who got drunk, that's how they acted. And it wasn't until years later when I actually got old enough to go to a bar and be around people, I realized, hey, some guys cry. Some guys are fun to be around. Some guys are this. Some guys are that. But if you'd asked me when I was 15 years old, I would have told nobody to ever drink because it's going to make you beat people up. So
I thought she
if
said
you,
one guy had an iron lung.
oh, I mean, I didn't hear that either. Where did you hear all this stuff?
I don't know. I thought when I was in the kitchen fixing a snack and you guys are talking, I could have swore I heard her say that like one guy had a pre-existing condition and the other two people were well into their 60s.
Yeah, see, I don't know, and it's really the bottom line is there really are people who are getting sick from it.
Sure, and I
It,
understand that. And I
but
get
if
that.
you compare the actual numbers to the actual seasonal flu numbers, not these other run of the mill ones that have came and went, but the one that happens every year, year in and year out, it's only about
That's
50,000
what it
higher. Yeah,
was.
yeah.
The woman
So,
had MS. See, that I thought I heard one of those people had a condition.
yeah. And if you got compromised immune system or any type of ailment, you're going to be more likely to die from it. I mean, we all know that. It's not like that's breaking news.
Sorry to interrupt you, man. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. At this point, I'm just repeating myself, and
I know. Yeah.
so,
Tell somebody who doesn't know.
exactly.
No, but look, here's the thing. Okay, so she had a couple young guys that she knew. All right. So, but I could have swore I heard her say there was an old man pharmacist, like old man McSmitters or something, that was a pharmacist, and his wife got it, and he got it, and he's the one that died, but she didn't die, but she got deadly sick. But I digress. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. So let's just move on and give this room a healthy shout out and let's end the broadcast. What do you think, my friend?
I think we've had a great show, by the way. We've had some great chat. We've had some great guests. We've brought up some good talking points. I think we've done some great in-depth analysis into the vaccine and what it is, what it isn't, what it could be, and what it could not be. Obviously, we still have more questions and answers, and as time goes on, hopefully some of those answers or questions will be answered. and hopefully they don't take away our ability to have this platform and have these kind of conversations, because this is how we all uh, get more informed and learn from each other. Our real life experiences, like the ones Lorraine was trying to share,
Mhm.
and doing an actual look at the real information that they're putting out for us to try to decipher, and applying our own discernment, doing our own research, and coming to our own conclusions. That's what it's all about, my friend.
Okay. Now I got it all straightened out. Okay, so the woman and pharmacy got it from her husband. Older couple got it. She had MS mildly. How do you have it mildly? I don't know. I think, and died. Okay. All right, cool. So let's just
All
go
right,
ahead and
yeah.
give this room a final shout out and get the hell out of here.
I couldn't agree with you more, man.
We had a good show. I agree with you on all those points. And
I'm pretty sure that if Mystique was here, she would agree with you as well.
well, even if she wasn't here, oh, wait a minute, is Mystique here? Hold on, let me check underneath my desk. Mystique, are you down there hiding?
Why would she be under your desk? That's what I want to know.
Because she hides in weird places, man.
Oh, okay.
She has to.
What an obscure place to hide.
She hid in my cabinet for a week once.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well,
I once caught her in my medicine cabinet, but I
was getting ready to say that.
I explained to her that I haven't had narcotics in there for years. You're not going to find anything.
Damn, you stole my shtick. I was gonna say that same exact thing, narcotics and all, man. Good job.
No problem. Anytime.
You see how our minds work alike?
Yes.
Damn, I gotta go take 2 Tylenol and 2 Benadryl after this. I'm starting to get a sinus headache. All right, here we go. Okay, Lotar 900. John from America with a great phone call. Lorraine Lamore with another great phone call. I don't know if I call it great, but it was pretty good. No, it was great.
It was definitely above average. I'll give it that.
Sir. Yeah, I agree with you. 110%. Michael Fontaine was here.
Michael Fontaine.
Michael Fontaine.
Michael Fontaine.
Michael Fontaine. Okay, let me scroll down here. Scrolling. Keep this pointer rolling. Oh, I missed one. Hold on. Oh, Hebrew from Eternia. Eddie Sleestack McKean, the real one with a wrench. Scrolling. System Failure 2 with a really good call. Well, he wasn't the call. He was more like our guest, sort of.
Yeah, otherwise known as Mr. Successful. Just say it.
Just what you call him. Euler Greg, haven't seen him in a while. Good to see you.
Good to see. I'm wearing the shirt that Euler Greg designed for our show, by the way. I'm actually wearing it right now.
Oh, wow. Right now?
Yeah, got it on. I'm a company man.
There you go. Your company man. Yeah, we all need name tags. Sagittarically Speaking was here.
He's a really cool dude, by the way. Just saying.
I don't know, man. He doesn't talk too much in chat. I'm telling you that much.
Yeah, he is kind of quiet in chat. You're right.
Vinny Barbarino, 29. I like good old Vinny Barbarino. Hey, Mr. Carter. And that looks like it about it. And of course, we had our lurkers. I'm sure Armor Up probably watched there at the last hour or so. He didn't want to talk though. Oh man. So with that being said, what is your final words, kind sir?
At this point, I don't have any final words. I think I've already said it all. I just want to thank everybody who showed up for the show tonight. Everybody who came on as a caller or a guest or whatever. And I want to thank you for having, putting me on the platform here with you, being my the host or my partner or whatever you want to label it as. I'm just glad to be part of it, my friend. I'm glad that we were able to make this connection so that we can do this Shifty Sunday and Taco Tuesday. And that's it. And anybody out there listening now, later, please try to remember to share on your social media, hit the like button, and tell a friend.
Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Back again. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
Yeah, tell them, hey, you need to check out Shifty Sunday. Those guys really know what's up. And if nothing else, they'll make you laugh, they'll make you cry, and they'll make you want to call your weed guy. I don't know. All right, go ahead.
And they'll make you want to stick a mugwai in your eye. All right.
Yeah, that's it.
We'll see all of you bozos on Taco Tuesday. And just for the record, I had some rice and it had some hot peppers in it. So I really got to go. See ya. Wait. No, I'm just, you know what, guys? Great show, everybody. Great show. As a matter of fact, that was a damn good show.
Woo-hoo! I'm so glad you remembered to do that. Good job.
Okay. Good night, everybody. Drive safe. And don't forget to tip your Lorraines. Tip your Lorraines. Did you like that one?
That was pretty good, however.
Yeah, what a great show we had tonight, man.
I know, man. That system failure, man. He's so much energy. He's hard to keep up with, isn't he?
Yeah. He could have his own what did you call it again?
I don't know.
You know where they talk really fast?
Oh, yeah. His auctioneers. Yeah.
Auctioneer's house. Oh, sorry. That's the end
Next
of
time.
the
Bye-bye.
Yeah, bye guys. How does what's his name do it? He just tells everybody, he's like, see ya. See you next time. That's all he does. Oh yeah, I guess it would help if I hit this button, wouldn't it? You know, when we're on the phone and you just kind of disappear. That's how I'm going to do our next broadcast. I'm just going to hang up and not even say anything.
Like, I don't even say adios, amigos, no peace out, no later,
No.
dude. None of that.
No.
All right.
But I do need to go ahead and end the broadcast, though. It is over 4 hours.
Not quite. You got 5 more seconds. Or
That's not true. Not on my end.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I guess you better end it then.
Why don't you ask Michael Fontaine? He knows.
Oh, yeah. He is the official timekeeper of said things, isn't he?
Yeah, he sure is. All right, guys. We're going for serious now. See ya.